Hello everyone, welcome to my channel. I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video, and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from, and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. Case 1. In the spring of 2005, Altoona High School held its yearly spring talent show. The events that took place that night have no explanation. After hundreds of man-hours of forensic investigation, dozens of autopsies, and help from big city police crime scene investigators from Pittsburgh, the police are no closer to an answer as to what happened. Detectives actually have little to work with in regards to evidence. Dead bodies don't have much to say, unfortunately. Witness statements were far and few between. Each witness statement contradicted the last. It doesn't help when the very few witnesses that had anything substantial to say ended up dying. Whether it be by suicide or car accidents, all those close enough to recall the events of that night were dying off quickly. Some did not die. For example, firefighter and first responder Tim Collins complained of nightmares at first. Tim turned to the booze and oxys at an attempt of self-medication. Tim's issues were manageable until he began to have hallucinations, both auditory and visual. One night, Tim attacked Jessie, his 14-year-old daughter, with a tire iron. Tim claims that Jessie wouldn't turn down the music. Jessie was found in her room, beaten to death, along with her mother Joyce. Tim's misfortune is one of many real-life horror stories that began on that April night. But we are not here to tell those stories. We are here to tell one story. From what could be gathered from the evidence that fills over a dozen file cabinets, and what little could be learned from witness reports, there is one single thread of commonality. There is one person that is uniformly mentioned throughout the investigation. Her name is Anna. This is a compilation of accounts from the Altoona Police Department's most reliable witnesses. What you are about to hear is shocking to say the least. Is this a story that has been exaggerated to create a new urban legend? Or are these accounts the truth? A truth that will test everything you believe in. Be warned, what you consider reality will be challenged by these events. Anthony Quinn, author of Finding Anna, The True Story of Teenage Violence. This is Brad Martin's June 2006 police statement regarding the incident. This statement was given before Brad was involuntarily committed to the Altoona Hospital's behavioral health unit. Brad never left the hospital. He hung himself with a rope he constructed out of his bed sheet. If you want the truth regarding the incident that happened on that spring night, then you came to the wrong fucking person. Thank God I decided to walk out before Anna's performance. So, I guess I won't be very fucking helpful. What I can tell you about is Anna. I wish I could tell you everything there is to know about her. Since the event, I have been obsessed with her. She was so shy and backward. Like a mouse, she was silent. Thin as a rail and awkward as a teen could be, Anna epitomized what a rough adolescence looked like. Behind thick-framed glasses and oily skin was an intelligent girl. She always enrolled into the advanced classes, and always did very well. The only reason I know she did very well is because I used to look over her shoulder during tests, trying to sneak a few answers. She used to catch me looking but would bashfully smile and ignore the invasion of her academic privacy. When my tests came back with B+S, I knew it was because of Anna. Well, or her lack of concern for my deviant behavior. Between classes were the worst times for Anna. It always seemed like the hallway sharks, as I like to call them, came out to feed on Anna. Taunts and barbed comments like, "Hey scarecrow bitch, come study my dictionary," and "Anna, did your mom get your clothes from the dump?" Even Anna's personal life was held against her. Her mother worked at the recycling plant on Skyline Drive. The guys used to make sure that Anna knew her mother had a less than a lucrative occupation. Anna always stayed composed and took all insults with stride. It was as if she'd gotten her revenge on them in some way. It was like she knew something that the bullies did not. I guess that is why I liked Anna so much. Not just because of the free answers I got from her, but just the way she held herself in the face of adversity. I wish I could say that I got to know Anna more. At the time, I could see why my friend Tom liked Anna so much. You know, in an I want her as a girlfriend way. But that was before we knew what the spring talent show had in store for us all. If I did know what was in store, I would have killed that crazy bitch myself. I would strangle the life out of her. Because of her, I can't sleep. Because of her, my friends are dead. Because of her, my college career never happened. It's hard to move 3 hours away from home when visions of this bitch haunt me in my sleep. After being put on this medication, the doctors say the dramatic shift into college life would make me unstable. April 2005, Altoona High School music director Mr. Jeff Gates. Witness statement in the hospital. He supervised the spring talent show. He escaped the incident with minor injuries. Mr. Gates took an early retirement after the tragedy. He and his wife Stacy were moving to Arizona. Jeff and Stacy Gates were killed in a car accident leaving the city. The bodies were burnt so bad that dental records were used to identify the bodies. Hi, my name is Mr. Gates. I am the high school music director. You want to know what happened last night? I am not going to talk about it. None of it. Speaking frankly, I don't even know what I saw last night. I will leave it at that. I guess I can tell you a little about Anna. Well, Anna was such a sweet girl. I always caught her in the band room before, during, and after school. She was an amazing piano player. In fact, I would consider her a savant. When she sat down to play, it was as if time stopped for her music. Her fingers were like musical pistons driving a symphony of wonderful sounds. I wish I could have gotten her more interested in actually being in the band. When she would stop by and ask to play the school's piano, she always asked for permission. Like I could say no to her. I would try and talk to her about joining up. She would always give a shy no. She claimed to be very busy with work after school. I even called her mother for support in my plans in getting Anna in the band. Her mother would respectfully decline and say, "Anna is very busy with work after school." When I found out that Anna signed up for the spring talent show, I was so excited for her. Maybe she would realize how fulfilling it would be to play in front of an audience of people. Anna was not very respected in the high school hierarchy. This could be her chance to change all of that. Unfortunately, I was too right. Things did change. After the events of that night, I wish that I never knew Anna. In fact, I wish Anna was aborted from her mother's womb. To think she was capable of such pain is baffling to me. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I am sorry. Assistant Athletic Director Jim Cabretti's police statement taken 2 weeks after the incident. He quit his job as the Assistant Athletic Director. Over the years, he was a regular at the police station's drunk tank. He is always talking about Anna's music in his slurred drunk stupors. It is safe to say that Jim's scared fatty liver would have killed him if the .45 caliber bullet to the head did not. Jim committed suicide in the spring of 2008. I was the assistant athletic director at the time. Somehow, I was asked to be a chaperone the night of the spring talent show. Something about staff members being more active in student activities. I was really annoyed because the Penn's game was on that night. But hey, what can I do? The talent show started like every other lame talent show that has ever graced a high school auditorium. First, Susan McMahon did a cover of Katy Perry's latest hit. More like a hit to the head by the way she was singing. It was proof that not every child is a talented American Idol contestant, no matter what mommy and daddy say. There were comedy acts, dance routines, and one kid even tried magic. I almost died of laughter when the kid's rabbit shit in his magician's hat. But that was about all the excitement that I could pull out of being at this talentless show. Laughs, then the curtain went down and the lights went dim. I thought the show was over at this point. But wait. No. One more act. It was Anna. That's right. She was going to play the piano. Apparently she plays very well. She was in my gym class last semester. The poor girl had it rough in my class. She was about as athletic as a 90-pound awkward skinny girl could be. Making her play dodgeball is something I regret. She practically begged me not to play. I told her if she did not participate, she would get a 0 for the day. Anna, being the diligent student she was, sucked it up and played. Dan, our school's top athlete, really had a hard-on for Anna. I never understood why. I guess when you are a young hot shot, it is fun to pick on weaker kids. Dan was notorious for bullying, but nothing too serious. This time, though, he crossed the line. During the dodgeball match, he saw Anna hiding behind the rest of the students. Dan has a sniper rifle for an arm. I could see it in his eyes what he wanted to do. Before I could stop him, Dan blasted Anna right in her face, breaking her glasses that cut into her eye and cheek. She hit the floor sobbing. Not one student came to her aid. I blew my whistle and ran over to her. In the back of my mind, I thought she was being a little dramatic. I mean, it was only a rubber dodgeball. But I underestimated the extent of her injury. As I bent down and gently brushed the hair away from her face, I could see where her broken glasses sliced through her eyelid. And in that instant, I witnessed feral rage in that little girl's eyes. In all my years of coaching, I have never seen a look of such intensity and rage in the eyes of a student. I tried to help her up. With surprising force, she slapped my hand away and ran off into the girls' locker room. Before she got to the locker room, she turned around and gave a very odd smile. A smile that said, "Not right now, but someday you will pay." Then she was gone. Dan was getting celebratory rounds of high fives from his brothers, and even Susan McMahon said, "Dan, you are so bad," with a smile, a sick smile that turned my stomach. Dan got 3 days in school suspension that got cut down to 1 because of his lawyer father's visit to the principal. Even the head coach backed up Dan's claim of the incident being just an accident. Now, I will never say that what happened that night was right. No, it was not right, let alone even explainable. But it does make you wonder about karma. You know the old saying, what goes around comes around. Well, it came around all right. That night, I actually didn't see what actually happened. I'm not ashamed to admit that I ran. I ran away when shadows began to form on the walls of the auditorium. I'm not going to talk about this anymore. If you want to get the gory details, go somewhere else. Isn't it time we stopped talking about that night? This is the only audio recording of a police interview from a surviving student. His name is Tom. Tom's testimony is the only direct recreation of the events that night. This version of the story, though greatly debated, is considered what actually happened that night. Tom was blinded during the incident that night. Tom has been to several entomologists. No medical explanation can be given to his blindness. Tom claims his blindness is a direct result from seeing Anna's music. This delusion is probably a direct result from post-traumatic stress disorder. The grisly events are as follows. I decided to get a front row seat for Anna's performance. I was surprised at how excited I was to hear her play. Rumor has it she is amazing. To be honest, I had another agenda that night. After the show, I was going to find Anna and actually ask her out. It was painful to endure the other performers. The whole time they were on stage, I was thinking about asking her out and what she would say. If I was that nervous just thinking about asking her out, what would happen when I actually did? I wanted a pep talk from my friend Brad, but since Brad has the attention span of a typical ADHD teenage male that he is, he left, leaving me alone to stew in my own fear of teenage dating rejection. I even bought her a dozen roses. I don't care what anyone says about her, she was beautiful in my eyes. I could tell that her personality had depth, and there was a treasure trove of idiosyncrasies that made Anna, Anna. The curtain rose and the lights went dim. When Anna walked onto the stage, there were no clapping or shouted words of encouragement. In the back, I could hear Dan's big mouth saying something derogatory. I looked back at him and just shook my head in disgust. I thought to myself, someone should really shut him up someday. And that is when things started to get weird. I heard a faint whisper that said, "Is that what you want? Because I can and will make it happen." I turned to my right and said, "What?" to the kid sitting next to me. He said, "I didn't say anything, bro." And as I looked back to Anna, she was staring right at me with that smile. That inside joke, smile she gives to people when they make fun of her in the halls. She then looked to the crowd, gave a graceful nod, and sat at the seat of the piano. She then began to play. There are no words to describe the beauty of the music she was making. It set my heart and mind on fire. I am far from a music expert, but what I heard sounded special. I can't put my finger on it, but there is something powerful about Anna's playing. Her music was like the waves of the ocean, violently crashing down then elegantly retracting back to the calm sea. I had a flood of emotions. I felt happiness like a child on Christmas morning, then sadness like the day of my grandmother's funeral. The emotion of the music was thick with substance. Each note was a brush stroke on a masterpiece painting. The music was so dynamic. Anna's music put me in a trance of ecstasy. There were even tears in my eyes. It was an effort to tear my eyes away from watching Anna play. I was looking at the faces in the crowd to see if my fellow students were as moved as I was. My words are still falling short describing how amazing this moment in time was. But it would seem that not everyone enjoyed the music like I did. I seen faces twisted in disgust. People were getting out of their seats in a rush. The guy sitting next to me was even clutching his ears, as if this wonderful music was equivalent to nails on a chalkboard. This angered me to see people reacting like this. Actually, it fucking pissed me off. To see a girl who has been beaten down all her life and now has the power to bring people to their knees, screaming in agony, wait. No, Anna's music gave her the power to rip them asunder, blood covering the walls. Wait. No. I'm confused. That's not what it was like. It was beautiful, it was graceful, it was death. Suddenly, the people around me erupted into a whirlwind of violence. Did something happen like an accident of some sort, and people were fighting to escape? I heard that you can go into shock without knowing you have gotten hurt. What the fuck is going on? I turned to the guy sitting next to me to ask that very question, and he was disemboweling himself. He was looking at me with a dead-eyed grin while pulling his own intestines out. He was shouting like a madman, "Do you hear? Do you fucking hear the beautiful sounds of hell?" My knee-jerk reaction was to get up and run, but fear turned my legs to jello. I was in such a state of confusion and paralyzed by fear. I wanted to help him, but the beautiful music shoved me right back into my seat. It was like Anna's music wanted me to witness this. But why? The rational part of my brain was frantically searching for a reasonable explanation, but none were found. Could they not hear it? Were they deaf to Anna's magnificence? Was it the music that turned these people into psychos? While I continued to try and rationalize this situation and hid my eyes from the scenes of carnage, that whisper of a voice returned to me saying, "Open your eyes, Tom. Please, you are meant to witness this." I didn't want to listen to this disembodied voice, but pure morbid fascination forced me to turn and witness what the voice wanted me to see. Strange geometric shapes flashed like a strobe light and tattooed my retina with an afterthought of the shapes. I had no idea what these shapes were, but I knew they were wrong somehow. The shapes alone made me sick. On some instinctive primal level, I knew I should not see these shapes, like how animals are naturally fearful of fire. For some reason I knew they were older than time itself, and contained power that could never be explained with human vocabulary. It was a charnel house inside the auditorium. Students were ripping their eyes out. Ears were bitten off of heads. Within seconds, blood flowed down the aisles and pooled in coagulated puddles at the front row. The math teacher, Mrs. Brown, repeatedly bashed her head into a wooden pillar while laughing and screaming in equal measure. The sound of the massacre never fell on my ears. It was replaced by the beautiful music, Anna's music. The violence flowed with the music itself. I turned to Anna. She was still playing. She was frantically pounding the keys of the piano. Blood soaked the keys from broken fingers. Blood dripped from the old wound on her eye. The entire time she manically played, she kept that smile. Shadows seemed to manifest like growing pools of water from where Anna played. They crept up the walls all along the auditorium. Within these unnatural shadows were tormented faces, screaming and angry. Ghostly claws ripped from the shadow into the violent horde of spectators. Throats were slashed, spines broken, heads ripped from bodies. The crowd did not seem to notice the demonic apparitions while they dove deeper into acts of violence and self-mutilation. What I seen is unspeakable. It was an orgy of the macabre, death intertwined with sexual acts to the flowing music that Anna pumped into the auditorium like the pulse to this massacre. My head started to swim. The unexplainable shapes I seen were somehow an explanation to the violence around me. It was as if these shapes were the blueprint to the music. Not like musical notes like on sheet music, but they were the inspiration for the music, the primogeniture of the music. I was feeling faint. It was getting darker. Before I blacked out, I seen Dan on his knees, as if he was praying to Anna. She stared into his eyes and continued to play as the shadows came for him. He was screaming about forgiveness and mercy. What he exactly said, I will never know. A ghostly hand came through the ground and ripped his lower jaw off. Before his bleeding, lifeless body at the floor, Anna's whispering voice said to me, "See, my sweet Tom?" I shut him up. "Now please go to sleep while I finish my performance." Without argument, I slumped to the floor. The roof caved in moments later. I woke up to the sounds of sirens and a burly firefighter picking me up off the ground. "We got a live one here," he said. I heard screaming from the crowd that formed outside the auditorium. I heard things like, was it a gas explosion? A bombing? And where is the gunman? I tried to ask about Anna in my dazed stupor. I must have blacked out again. Next thing I know, I'm in a hospital bed with a nurse there, changing my 4 bag. Was it real? Only the memory of the music is the reminder that what happened that night was real. After Anna's mother, Debbie, was found hung in her home on Skyline Drive, this note was found on her person. According to the date of the letter, it was written the day of the talent show. It was addressed to Mom from Anna. "Dear Mom, I'm not going to get into reasons why I did what I did. Sure, I could talk about how I was picked on. I could cry about how I came from humble beginnings. I am not one of those cliché victims that you see on one of those cheesy daytime talk shows. There is so much that I want to tell you. I just don't have the time. See, what I am about to do tonight is a long time in the making. I may not complain about how shitty my life was, but that does not mean my rage wasn't developing after all I have been through. Oh yes, dear mother, my rage has been honed to a fine point. I have never been more focused in my life. I know you had high hopes for me. Going to college, getting a degree, and we could move away from all this shit. After tonight, that will not be possible. Don't get all self-righteous on me, Mom. Let's be honest, you love the bottle a little more than me. But that's okay, I'm not mad. I have found others to replace a mother's love. One of the only good things you have done for me was buying me that small electric piano. I would spend hours in my room just playing until my fingers ached and bled. Do you remember? Probably not, you were drunk most of the time. But like I said, that's okay. I hold no ill will towards you. See, like all tragic stories, there is a part of the story where the main character has to make a choice. The character has to decide whether they want to follow their fate and travel the road that has been paved for them. Or do they walk away from fate and build something that is theirs? Well, Mom, I chose to blaze my own trail. With that decision, I was visited by him. He is, I don't even know what you would call him. Calling him a demon wouldn't be right. He is not a ghost. I guess you could call him a form of energy. He has been around a very long time. He is very old and very wise. He has told me some amazing things. He has taught me so much. He came to me in a dream at first. The dreams would get more realistic and detailed. Then, I started to see him at the corner of my vision. I would turn to see him, and then he would be gone. After that asshole Dan hurt me in gym class, he finally revealed himself. When he finally showed himself to me, it was magnificent. There are no words to describe him. He picked me up and said he would help me. He said that we could hurt the ones who hurt me. Any other point in my life, I would say no to hurting people. But on that day, sitting in the locker room bleeding, I could only say yes. After that, he would visit me nightly. The room always gets cold and dark when he shows up. He usually would come to me when I played my piano. He said that I am very talented and people should hear me play. He said that I have a gift and that I should share it with the world. He told me that if I played in front of everybody, people would respect me and maybe even love me. That's why I made the decision to play in the talent show, to give everyone my gift of music. He will be there tonight. He said that he wants to see the looks on people's faces when I perform. Wish me luck, me. I have a feeling that I will not see you again. He said that if I play well tonight, he will take me with him. He wants to show me a place that is very special to him. I better practice before tonight. He said that my music will have a special sound tonight. I am so excited, Mom. Anyway, goodbye, Mom. Wish I could say more, but he said not to ruin the surprise. The following was supposed to be the opening to my book about Anna and the events that night. After recent events of my own, this has somehow become my suicide note. I have dug deep into this tragedy. In fact, I have dug too deep. For a year and a half straight, I have been searching for the truth. This truth is my nightmare now. For all intents and purposes, I have found the truth, or more like the gaps in this story. Actually, these truths have found me. Where did Anna learn her power? Who was this dark force that visited her? And why were all the other witnesses killed so mysteriously? I found all the answers. I even documented everything. But you will not know these truths. Some truths need never to be understood. You will not understand right now, but my death is needed so others may live. I know you don't get it. I'm not sure if I fully do. If you find my files, please do not read them. I made the mistake of being arrogant. I was stupid enough to think that this was just another story of a teenager violently breaking under the pressure of high school life. If you are an arrogant young author trying to write the next masterpiece of the century, like me, you will regret it. If you pick up where I left off, which I know someone is stupid enough to try, you will end up just like me. What you have heard so far is just the beach, and there is an ocean of horror left to be explored. Did you think that Anna was the first? Did you? You have so much to learn and understand. The past 20 years are filled with kids like Anna. But I don't have time to explain this to you. I guess this is it. To save the lives of my family, I must fucking shoot myself in the head. My wife complained of seeing weird geometric shapes in random, everyday objects. Just like me, only a few short weeks ago. Just like Tom said during the incident. I have to go, he is here, standing in the corner, just watching me. I know what he wants, and he can't fucking have it. I will do anything to save my family. I hope it isn't too late to save them. Anthony Quinn was going to be the author of Finding Anna, the true story of teenage violence. This is a promotional email for Christian Stewart's book, The Forbidden Story of Anna, The Truth That Was Denied. An excerpt from the book was included with the email. Anthony Quinn, the author of the highly anticipated and unreleased book Finding Anna, The True Story of Teenage Violence, was found in his home with a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. His wife and 2 sons were found in the master bedroom. Their deaths are yet to be explained. According to autopsy results, the children died of traumatic brain injuries, which caused a cerebral hemorrhage in both boys. The mother, Janet, died of a profound compression and dorsal dislocation of the brain stem. This autopsy report is the clean-cut version for the papers. What really happened? Janet bludgeoned her 2 children to death with her fists until her hands broke, and somehow found the strength to snap her own neck with the same broken hands. There were strange symbols and shapes written on the wall with blood, as if some ritual occurred. In this book, I, Christian Stewart, have found the truth of Anna and the series of deaths related to the incident that night. The truth will be uncovered and fully investigated. Many authors have failed, but I, Christian Stewart, found secret documents that have never been seen before. Case 2. Andrei Romanovich Chikatilo had managed to brutally torture and murder at least 54 people. What sets him apart from the ever-growing list of serial killers was his penchant for bizarre and sadistic methods of killing. He would molest them, gut them, chew on bits of their flesh, and make them watch. There was nothing he wouldn't do. He would dance naked around them and howl like an animal. This is the tale of a very deranged man. The first body they found was mostly just bones. A man looking for firewood in a Leso Pelosa, a group of trees planted to prevent erosion. Forest found the remains. There were small patches of weathered skin on some of the bones and some black hair hanging from the skull, but the rest had decomposed or been picked off by animals. The man who found the remains reported them to the authorities. The body had no identifying clothing and had been left on its back, the head turned to one side. The ears were still sufficiently intact to see tiny holes for earrings, and those, along with the length of the hair, suggested that this victim had been female. It also appeared from her posture that she had tried to fight off her attacker. 2 ribs had been broken, most likely by a large hunting knife, and closer inspection indicated numerous gouge marks in the bone. Similar gouges were also found near the eye sockets and the pelvic region. They had a report on a missing 13-year-old girl, Lyubov Buryuk from Novocherkassk, a village not far away from the body's location. Investigators contacted the missing girl's uncle, who had done an extensive search for her after she'd disappeared earlier in the month. He came to where the body lay to look at the remains. Lyubov's uncle, perhaps clinging to some small glimmer of hope, said his niece's hair was not as dark and that the bones looked to him as if they had been there longer than she had been missing. A few hours later, Major Mikhail Fedosov arrived from the police headquarters in Rostov-on-Don, the closest large city. He was the leading detective for the entire region. He asked for records of other missing persons in the area and ordered his men to search the surrounding woods. He also ordered the remaining skin on the hands be fingerprinted. The next day, the police found a white sandal and yellow bag containing a pack of cigarettes. Then fingerprints of the corpse and prints taken from the schoolgirl's book covers confirmed that this body was Lyubov's. Forensic analysis was unheard of at the time, but from what evidence they had, they were sure it was the missing girl. Despite a thorough search around the remains, no evidence was produced that could help to identify the girl's killer. It was thought to be a random act of violence, one that would be nearly impossible to solve. According to author Robert Cullen, most murders in that area of Russia fell into one of 2 categories: intimate killings, in which a person either flew into a rage or got drunk and murdered someone he knew, usually a family member, and instrumental killings done to take something from the victim. But no one in the girl's family was a clear suspect, and she'd had nothing of any value on her person. There was a path near the body that people traveled often, and a road only 75 yards away. This had been quite a risky crime. Although sexually charged murders were considered manifestations of self-indulgent Western societies by the Soviet government, there were plenty of signs indicating that this incident had been just such a killing. Later, it was made clear from the autopsy report that she was ambushed from behind and had been stabbed at least 22 separate times and mutilated in other ways. In Hunting the Devil by Richard Lowry, the number of wounds was estimated to be 41. The police began to look for possible suspects: the mentally ill, juvenile delinquents, or someone with a history of sex crimes. They tried to find out whom Lyubov had known and how she might have encountered this killer. One man, who had been convicted in another rape case, learned that he was a suspect and hung himself in his flat. That put an end to the investigation. There were no other viable suspects and no leads. The police closed the Lyubov case, and then another victim was discovered. Less than 2 months after the discovery of Lyubov's remains, a railroad worker who was walking near the train station for Shakhty, a small industrial town 20 miles away, came across the remains of an adult woman. The body had been stripped naked, left face down, with the legs spread open. What made investigators take note was a key similarity with the murder of Lyubov: multiple stab wounds and lacerated eye sockets. That was a highly unusual method of killing. Since no one of this approximate size and gender had been reported missing, the body was not identified. Only a month later, a soldier gathering wood about 10 miles south of that spot came across another corpse, also a woman. She had been covered with branches, but close inspection showed the pattern of knife wounds and damage to the eye sockets. She too remained unknown. The connection was obvious. A serial killer had claimed at least 3 victims, but no one was admitting that, especially not to the press. Officially, what they had were 3 separate, unsolved murders. Major Fedosov organized a task force to start an aggressive, full-time investigation. He intended to get to the heart of this and stop this maniac once and for all. Among those he recruited was a second lieutenant from the criminology laboratory named Viktor Burakov, age 37. He was the best man they had for the analysis of physical evidence like fingerprints, footprints, and other manifestations at a crime scene. Known for his diligence, he was invited aboard the Division of Especially Serious Crimes in January 1983. That same month, a 4th victim was found. She appeared to have been slain about 6 months earlier and was near the area where the second body was discovered. She also had the familiar knife wounds, but some women's clothing was found nearby and assumed to be hers. All they knew at this point was that the killer, whom they now called the maniac, did not smoke, or he'd likely have taken the cigarettes found near Lyubov, and that he was a man. He had some obsession with eyes, but authorities had no idea whether it was based on superstition or a fetish or some other consideration. At any rate, gouging out the eyes was a sign that the killer spent some time with the victims after they were dead. With no definite leads, the unit decided to go back and see if there might be other victims. Burakov's first real task was to head an investigation in Novoshakhtinsk, a farming and mining town in the general area, where a 10-year-old girl had just been reported missing. Olga Stolmakinok had gone to a piano lesson on December 10, 1982, and nobody had seen her since. Burakov questioned her parents and learned that she got along with them and had no cause to just run away. However, the parents had received a strange postcard from the Black Cat, telling them their daughter was in the woods and warning that there would be 10 more victims that coming year. Burakov dismissed this as a sick prank, but still feared that the girl was dead. Then on April 14th, for months after her disappearance, Olga's body was found in a field about 3 miles from the conservatory where she had gone for her lesson. Her nude body was lying in a frozen tractor rut on a collective farm. The police left her in place until Burakov could arrive to see the crime scene for himself. Because she had been killed during the winter, the cold had preserved the corpse. The pattern of knife wounds was clearly visible on her bluish-white skin. The skull was punctured, as were the chest and stomach. The poor girl had been stabbed dozens of times, as if the killer was in a frenzy. The killer had especially targeted the heart, lungs, and sexual organs. And like all the others, the girl's eyes had been gouged out. Without a doubt, Burakov knew that he was looking for a vicious, sexually motivated lunatic who was claiming victims at an alarming rate, drawing no attention to what he was doing and leaving almost no evidence. Despite his convictions, there were few resources Burakov could utilize in solving this case. Men who killed in this manner were supposedly very rare, and only top-ranking officials knew the full details of the investigations. Following the long route from the conservatory to the body's location, Burakov believed the killer had a car, an uncommon luxury in Russia at the time. He was also certain the man did not frighten his victims at first sight. There was nothing overtly alarming in the man's appearance. That would make him harder to seek out, though he was surely hiding some sort of psychological disorder that a few people have hopefully noticed. They focused on investigating known sex offenders in the area, specifically where they were on December 11th. Then they investigated released mental patients, and then men who lived or worked around the conservatory who owned or used a car. Also, handwriting experts came in to compare the Black Cat card against samples from the entire population of that town. It was tedious work, with no promise of yielding a single clue, but at least they had a start. For the next 4 months, nothing of value turned up. Then it was discovered that the killer had struck again. In another forest near Rostov-on-Don, a group of boys found a corpse in a gully. Again, they could find no missing persons report, and an examination of the bones not only linked this crime with the others, but revealed that the girl had Down syndrome, or so it seemed. That made things a little easier. Despite the horror of realizing the killer had lured a mentally retarded child with no possibility of defending herself to her death, they could check the special schools in the area to make an identification. The girl turned out to have been 13, attending a school for children with her condition. She would often leave on her own, so no one had reported her. But her case took a back seat to the next victim. In September, the remains of an 8-year-old boy were discovered in a wooded area near the Rostov airport, 2 miles from victim number 6. Like the others, he had been stabbed repeatedly all over his body, including his eyes and genitals, and it turned out that he had been missing since August 9th. This new development puzzled everyone. With what little was known about serial killers, the main theory was that they always went after the same kind of victim. This man had target-grown women and young children, girls and boys. The investigators wondered if they might be dealing with more than one killer doing the same type of perverse ritual. It seemed impossible, but so did the idea that so many types of people could trigger the same sexual violence in one person. Then Burakov learned that the killer had finally been apprehended. It was over. He went to the jail to learn what he could about this man. The suspect was Yuri Kalnik, age 19. He had lived for years in a home for retarded children, and had then been trained to lay floors in construction. He remained friends with older boys in his former residence, and one day when they were riding on a trolley, the conductor caught them. Grabbing one boy, she wanted to know what he knew about the recent murders, and he told her that Yuri was the one responsible. Based on the testimony of a mentally slow boy who was trying to free himself from punishment, the officials believed they had broken the case. Yuri was arrested and interrogated. He had no right to a lawyer or to remain silent. He barely knew what was happening to him. Nevertheless, he denied everything. He had killed nobody. Yet the interrogators kept him there for several days, believing that a guilty man will inevitably confess. It soon became clear to Yuri that he would have to give them a confession for the beatings to stop, so he told them what they wanted to hear, and then some. He confessed to all 7 murders, and claimed responsibility for 4 additional unsolved murders in the area. Now all the police needed was supporting evidence. This young man was quite a catch. Burakov accepted the task of further investigation. Yuri seemed a viable suspect because he had a mental disorder and he rode on public transportation. And why would he confess to such brutal crimes if he was not responsible? At the time, there was little understanding of the psychology of false confessions. People tend to be more susceptible to suggestion, especially when fatigued or abused, and they will tell interrogators anything they think will satisfy them. Sociologist Richard Offsch recounts case after case of suspects who confessed to crimes they did not do, despite the harsh consequences, and he lists several studies of people exonerated by DNA evidence who had confessed to the crime for which they were imprisoned. Most juries still do not believe people will confess falsely, and they accept a confession as the best type of evidence against someone. Even better, when a suspect can lead police to the site of where someone was murdered, that's considered a solid confirmation, and Kalnik did just that with several of the incidents. Nevertheless, Burakov was not convinced. He saw that Kalnik did not go straight to a site, even when he was close. Rather, he appeared to wander around until he picked up clues from the police about where they expected him to go. Burakov did not consider that to be a good test. Upon examining the written confession, he was even less convinced. It was clear to him that Kalnik had been given most of the information that he was expected to say, and only confessed because he had felt intimidated. And then another body was found. In another wooded area, the mutilated body of a young woman was found. Her nipples had been removed, her abdomen was slashed open, and one eye socket was damaged. She had been there for several months, and her clothing was missing. Kalnik could have been responsible for this one since he was free at the time, but not the next one, found on October 20th. She had been murdered approximately 3 days earlier, while Kalnik was in custody. Her wounds were similar to those of the other victims. Whoever killed her was growing bolder and more frenzied in his mutilations. This victim was entirely disemboweled, and the missing entrails were nowhere to be found. However, her eyes were left intact. Perhaps the killer had changed his MO. For weeks later, and not far away from that site, a set of skeletal remains was found in the woods. Her death was estimated to have occurred sometime during the summer, and her eyes had been cut out. It wasn't long before the 10th unsolved murder turned up, just after the start of the new year. This one was a boy, found near the railroad tracks. He was identified as Sergei Markov, a 14-year-old boy missing since December 27th. Thanks to winter's preserving effects, the detectives led by Major Fedosov were able to see just what the killer did to these young people. He had stabbed the boy in the neck dozens of times, and he then cut into the boy's genitals and removed everything from the pubic area. In addition, he had violated his victim anally. The killer had apparently then went off to a nearby spot to defecate. It was clear that the jailed Kalnick was not responsible, and the maniac responsible for these atrocities was still very much at large. In their rush to close the case, the police had made a mistake. Fedosov decided to retrace the boy's steps on the day he had disappeared. Beginning in a town called Gakovo, where the boy had lived, and from where he had gone that day, he boarded the local train. In the same town was a home for the mentally retarded, and the teachers there reported that a former student, Mikhail Tyapin, 23, had left around the same time as the boy and had taken the train. He was a very large young man and barely knew how to talk. Once again, the police got a confession. Tyapin and his friend, Alexander Ponomarev, said they had met Markov, had lured him to the woods, and killed him. Tyapin in particular had numerous violent fantasies, and he claimed credit for several other unsolved murders in the area. But he never mentioned the damage done to the eyes. And he and Ponomarev confessed to 2 murders that were proven to have been done by someone else. The police were now thoroughly confused, and Fedosov had some doubts, while Burikov felt certain they had not apprehended the killer they were after. All of the so-called confessions were flawed. He believed that only one person was involved, that this person was a loner and not part of a gang, and that he was clearly demented in some subtly perceivable way. Then they found their first piece of good evidence. The medical examiner found semen in Markov's anus. When they apprehended the killer, they could compare the blood antigens. This would not afford a precise match, but could at least eliminate suspects. In fact, it eliminated all of the young men who had confessed thus far. They all had the wrong type of blood. But then the lab issued another report, claiming it had mixed up the sample. The type did indeed match that of Mikhail Tyapin. That meant that the odds were good that they had Markov's killer. Yet bodies still turned up. In 1984, numerous victims were discovered in wooded areas, some of them quite close to where previous bodies had been discovered. The first one found after Tyapin's arrest was a woman who had been slashed up in the same way as previous victims. Yet her eyes were intact and one new item was added. A finger had been removed. They also had one more piece of evidence, a shoe print left in the mud, size 13. On the victim's clothing were traces of semen and blood. She was soon identified as an 18-year-old girl who had been seen at the bus station with a boy who worked nearby. When questioned, he had an alibi. The medical examiner's report returned 3 significant facts. She had pubic lice, her stomach contained undigested food, and there was no semen inside her. The killer had masturbated all over her. It was also possible that, given her state of poverty, she had been lured away with the promise of a meal. The police checked pharmacies for anyone purchasing lice treatments, but they came up empty-handed. One thing they did discover was that this woman had a friend who had been missing since 1982. Matching dental records to skulls from various remains, they managed to identify their second victim in the series. That linked 2 of the victims together, one of whom had her eyes cut out and the other who did not. Another suspect was caught and confessed, but Burikov was looking for a certain personality type, and no one thus far seemed to come close. He spoke out to officials and was rebuked. His opinion also divided the task force into factions, helped along by the fact that the crime lab could not give them a definitive answer as to whether semen samples found on 2 victims were from the same person. They brought in a forensic scientist from the Moscow lab, who stated they were blood type AB. With that, she had eliminated their entire list of suspects. None of the confessions gathered thus far were any good, and the killer was still at large. He struck again that March in Novoshakhtinsk, taking 10-year-old Dmitry Tashnikov, who was found 3 days later, mutilated and stabbed. The tip of his tongue and his penis were missing. The semen on his shirt linked him to the previous 2 crimes where semen was found. Near this body was a large footprint. However, there were witnesses this time. The boy was seen following a tall, hollow-cheeked man with stiff knees and large feet, wearing glasses. Yet no one had recognized him. Someone else had seen a white car. Then a 17-year-old, Lyudmila Alexieva, was found slashed 39 times with a kitchen knife, and the leads went nowhere. Soon there was another victim, and then another close by. One was a girl, beaten to death with a hammer, the other a woman stabbed many times with a knife. The bodies were identified as mother and daughter, and had died at the same time. By the end of that summer, authorities counted 24 victims that were probably murdered by the same man. Whenever semen was left behind, it proved to have the same AB antigen. There was also a single gray hair on one victim, which seemed to be from a man, and some scraps of clothing near a boy that failed to match his clothes. The killer had changed his ritual again that year. He now removed the upper lip, and sometimes the nose, and left them in the victim's mouth or torn open stomach. With no witnesses, little physical evidence, and no way to know how this man was leading his victims off alone, the police felt the investigation was out of control. This killer had stepped up his pace from 5 victims the first year to something like 1 every 2 weeks. Surely he would slip up eventually. They had no way of knowing as yet that they had not found the earliest murders, and it would be some time before the killing spree was stopped. This man did not make many mistakes. With all the surveillance being used on the Russian people at the time, it was inevitable that certain suspicious men would be detained, and this produced 2 suspects. Both of them were interesting for different reasons. One appeared to be the man they were after, and the other became an informant. The Minister of the Interior appointed a dozen new detectives to the case, and a task force of some 200 men and women became involved in the investigation. Burakov was appointed to head this team. This helped him find more leads as they came in, but it also shouldered him with the heavy responsibility of forming a good plan to stop this maniac. People were assigned to work undercover at bus and train stations and to wander the parks. They decided that they were looking for a man between the ages of 35 and 50, tall, well-built, with type AB blood. He was careful and had at least average intelligence and was probably verbally persuasive. He traveled and lived with either his mother or a wife. He might be a former psychiatric patient or a substance abuser, and he might have some knowledge of anatomy and surgical skill. Anyone who generally matched these characteristics would have to submit to a blood test. The press was not allowed to carry stories about the links among these crimes, only to ask for witnesses concerning one or another of the murders. No warnings were given to parents to protect their children or to young women out alone. One undercover officer spotted an older man in the Rostov bus station. He spoke to a female adolescent, and when she got on her bus, he circled around and sat next to another young woman. This was suspicious behavior, so Major Zanisovsky took him in for questioning. The man's name was Andrei Chikatilo, and he was the manager of a machinery supply company. He was there on a business trip, but lived in Shakhty. As to why he was approaching young women, he admitted that he'd once been a teacher, and he missed talking to young people. The officer let him go. However, he spotted Chikatilo again and followed him, boarding the same bus he got on in order to watch him. He seemed very ill at ease, Zanisovsky's report states, and was always twisting his head from one side to another. He followed Chikatilo into another bus and saw him accost various women. When Chikatilo solicited a prostitute and received oral sex under his coat, they arrested him for indecent public behavior and went through his briefcase. Inside were a jar of Vaseline, a long kitchen knife, a piece of rope, and a dirty towel, nothing suggestive of business dealings. Zanisovsky believed he had the killer. He urged the procurator to come and interrogate the man. Chikatilo's blood was drawn, and it was type A, not AB. He was also a member of the Communist Party, with good character references. There was nothing in his background to raise suspicion. Nevertheless, they kept him in jail for a couple of days to see if that might pressure him into a confession. He denied everything, although he admitted to sexual weakness, and was finally released. He was later arrested again for petty thefts at work, and he served 3 months in prison. Still, he did not have the right blood type, so he was not their killer. Burakov decided to breach protocol and consult with psychiatric experts in Moscow. He wanted to know what they thought of the idea of a single person killing women and children of both genders. Most were either uninterested or refused to say much, due to insufficient detail. However, one psychiatrist, Alexander Buchanovsky, agreed to study the few known details as well as the crime scene patterns in order to come up with a profile. This case, bizarre as it was, interested him. He eventually came up with a 7-page report. According to Buchanovsky, the killer was a sexual deviant, between 35 and 50 years old, and around 5 feet 10 inches in height. He believed the man suffered from some form of sexual inadequacy, and he blinded his victims to prevent them from looking at him. He also brutalized their corpses, partly out of frustration and partly to enhance his arousal. He was a sadist and had difficulty getting relief without cruelty. Often sadists like to inflict superficial wounds, as was evident on many of these victims. He was also compulsive, following the goading of his need, and would be depressed until he could kill. He could work out a plan and follow it. He was a loner, and he was the only offender involved. Working with the idea that the killer had a sexual dysfunction, the dogged investigators looked up records of men convicted of sexual crimes and came across Valery Ivanenko, who had committed several acts of perversion and who had claimed he was psychotic. He also had a charismatic personality and once had been a teacher. At age 46, he was tall and wore glasses. He'd been brought to the Psychiatric Institute in Rostov, but had escaped. In short, he sounded too good to be true. He was the perfect suspect. Staking out the apartment of Ivanenko's invalid mother, Burikov caught and arrested him. But his blood was type A, which eliminated him as the killer. In a deal, Burikov enlisted his assistance investigating the gay population in return for his release. Ivanenko proved to be quite good at getting secret information, which in turn led to others providing even more information under pressure. Burikov soon knew quite a bit about Rostov's underworld, from perversion to violence. Yet Burikov still felt as if he was just going toward more dead ends. The gay men that he investigated just did not strike him as having the right personality disorder for these crimes. He began to come around to Buchanovsky's view that this killer was heterosexual, but probably impotent when it came to normal sexual relations. He needed more details. Pressure was on to solve the crimes that had happened already, but over the next 10 months only one more body turned up. It was a young woman, but she was killed near Moscow. The killer may have moved or traveled there, but they just couldn't tell. They wondered if the killer had left the area or been arrested. Perhaps he had died. Then a body was found in August 1985. She bore similarities to the others, and she was found near an airport. Burikov went to Moscow to look at the photos of the dead girl. It was so similar to his recent victim in Rostov that he knew the killer had gone to Moscow for some reason. He checked the flight rosters between Moscow and the airport where their victim had been found, and had officers go painstakingly through all the handwritten tickets. But they failed to discover a significant clue right under their noses. Then detectives in Moscow put together a series of murders that had begun when the Rostov killings had stopped. All 3 victims were young boys who had been raped, and one had been decapitated. But the Rostov crew was quickly drawn back to Shakhty. Near a bus depot, a homeless 18-year-old girl lay dead, her mouth stuffed with leaves. She had a red and blue thread under her fingernails, and sweat near her wounds that typed AB, different from her own type O blood. Between her fingers was a single strand of gray hair, similar to one from the earlier murders. This was the most evidence left at a crime scene thus far. The detectives believed they would break this case soon. In fact, they did find a good suspect who had also been implicated with a previous victim, and he did confess, after 10 days of intense interrogation. But to Burikov, it did not sound right. Nor could the suspect take them to the correct murder site. Once again, he was not their man. A special procurator with one serial killer investigation behind him, Chief Investigator Isa Kostoyev, was appointed to look into the Lesopolosa murders. By this time, they had 15 procurators and 29 detectives involved. Many of them were watching train and bus stations for suspicious activity. The female officials worked undercover to try to lure men to talk to them. Kostoyev looked over the work done thus far and felt it had not proceeded well. In fact, he believed they'd already come across the man they were after and just hadn't known it. This did nothing to improve the already low morale of the investigation team. To learn more about this raw, brutal killer, Kostoyev had the classic 19th century work on sexual predators by Richard von Krafft-Ebing translated into Russian. He also discovered a rare edition of Crimes and Criminals in Western Culture by B. Yutevsky, which included a chapter detailing cases of dismemberment of victims. He saw that some killers were driven merely by arrogance and the idea that their victims were objects that belonged to them to do with as they pleased. Kostoyev stored this information away to use when they found more suspects. In the meantime, Yuri Kalnik was still in prison awaiting the completion of the investigation on him, which was now delayed by investigators looking into other areas. One of these leads produced yet another false confession. Something was clearly wrong with the process, and Kostoyev was furious. He did not believe that Yuri was guilty of anything. Burikov turned once again to Dr. Buchanovsky, finally allowing him to see all of the crime scene reports so he could write a more detailed profile. This, he thought, might help them to narrow the leads. Buchanovsky took all of the materials and spent months of his own time writing 65 pages devoted to what made sense to him from his work with gay men, sexual dysfunction, necrophiles, and sadists. He labeled the unknown suspect Killer X. The details were the following. X was not psychotic because he was in control of what he did, and he was clearly self-interested. He was narcissistic and arrogant, considering himself gifted, although he was not unduly intelligent. He had a plan, but he was not creative. He was heterosexual, with boys being a vicarious surrogate. He was a sadist, needing to watch people die in order to achieve sexual gratification. To render them helpless, he would hit them in the head. Afterward, the multiple stabbing was a way to enter them sexually. He either sat astride them or squatted next to them, getting as close as possible. The deepest cuts represented the height of his pleasure, and he might masturbate, either spontaneously or with his hand. There were many reasons why he might cut out the eyes, and nothing in the crime scene suggested what actually motivated X. He might be excited by eyes or fear them. He might believe his image was left on them, a superstition held by some. Cutting into the sexual organs was a manifestation of power over women. He might keep the missing organs, or he might eat them. Removing the sexual organs from the boys might be a way to neutralize them and make them appear more female. An interesting twist was the idea that X responded to changes in weather patterns. Before most of the murders, the barometer had dropped. That might be his trigger, especially if it coincided with other sources of stress at home or work. Most of the killings were also done midweek, from Tuesday to Thursday. While he was vague about height and occupation, he now thought X's age was between 45 and 50, the age at which sexual perversions are most developed. It was likely that he had a difficult childhood. He was conflicted and probably kept to himself. He had a rich fantasy life, but an abnormal response to sexuality. Buchanovsky could not say whether or not the man was married or had fathered children, but if he was married, his wife let him keep his own hours and did not ask much of him. His killing was compulsive and might stop temporarily if he sensed he was in danger of discovery, but would not stop altogether until he died or was caught. Despite the length and detail of this psychological report, Burakov found nothing practical in it to help him find Killer X. Then he consulted with someone who was much closer to these types of crimes. Anatoly Slivko, a man convicted of the sexual murder of 7 boys and was facing execution. The police wanted this man to explain to them the workings of the mind of a serial killer. Slivko attributed his actions to his inability to engage in normal sexual arousal and satisfaction. Sexual murderers have endless fantasies through which they set up the rules of behavior and feel a demand for action, and the act of planning their crimes has its own satisfaction. He offered nothing practical for the investigation in what he said, but his behavior under questioning showed them a compartmentalized mind that could kill little boys, yet still feel morally indignant about using alcohol in front of children. That meant he could live in a way that hid his true propensities. Mere hours after the interview, Slivko was executed by firing squad. The investigators believed that X was very much like Slivko, and that meant he would be next to impossible to catch. But then, the murders seemed to stop. Only one dead woman turned up in 1985 in Rostov, and nothing happened that winter or the next spring. Then on July 23rd, the body of a 33-year-old woman turned up, but it bore none of the trademarks of the serial killer, except that she had been repeatedly stabbed. Burakov had doubts about her being part of the series, but not so with the young woman found on August 18th. All of the telltale wounds were present, but she had been mostly buried, save for a hand sticking out of the soil, a new twist. Now they had to wonder whether there were other undiscovered victims buried out there. The handwriting experts finally gave up on the Black Cat postcard, and the police could go no farther with the 14 suspects on the list so far, all of whom Burakov believed could be eliminated. He created a comprehensive booklet to give out to other police departments, and a card file was created to keep track of new leads. He and his team were starting to fear that this case might never be solved. At the end of 1986, Viktor Burakov finally had a nervous breakdown. He was weak, exhausted, but could not sleep. He was finally sent to a hospital to rest for 2 months. For years of intense work had come to this. But he would not give up. Burakov's period of rest had given him some perspective. He'd been able to think over their strategies thus far, and felt that none was taking them down the right path. Not only that, all were time and resource consuming. You might only catch this man if he killed again. It was a grim thought, but it could be their only hope. And yet nothing occurred for the rest of that year, or throughout all of 1987. The winter melted into spring before a railway worker found a woman's nude body in a weedy area near the tracks on April 6, 1988. Her hands were bound behind her. She had been stabbed multiple times. The tip of her nose was gone, and her skull had been bashed in. Only a large footprint was found nearby. People recalled seeing her, but she had been alone. There was no sign of sexual assault. The investigators pondered whether they should include this murder in the series. Perhaps the Lesopolosa killer was no longer in business. Yet only a month later, on May 17th, the body of a 9-year-old boy was discovered in the woods not far from a train station. He'd been sodomized and his orifices were stuffed with dirt. He also bore numerous knife wounds and a blow to the skull, and his penis had been cut off. Unlike the dead woman, the boy was quickly identified as Alexei Voronko, missing for 2 days. A classmate had seen him with a middle-aged man with a gold tooth, a mustache, and a sports bag. They had gone together to the woods, and Alexei had said he would soon return, but never did. This was a strong lead, one that could be followed up among area dentists. Few adults in the region could afford gold crowns for their teeth. Yet by the end of that year, nothing turned up. Not only that, they learned from the Ministry of Health that it had been a mistake to assume that typing blood in secretions was an accurate match to blood types. There were rare paradoxical cases in which they did not match. In other words, any of the suspects eliminated based on blood type could have been their killer all along. While this was frustrating news, it also opened a few doors from the past. However, it meant taking semen samples, which had to be voluntary, not blood types, and it also meant redoing 4 years' worth of work to that point. The idea was overwhelming. The only method of investigation that seemed viable now was to post more men to watch the public transportation stations. Still, the killer did not strike. It was April 1989 before they came across another victim who could be added to the Lesopolosa series. A 16-year-old boy was discovered near a train station. He had been reported missing since the summer before. His killer had stabbed him repeatedly and had removed his testicles and penis. He was badly decomposed and had lain under the snow for months. An inscribed watch, a gift from his aunt and uncle, was missing. It would help immensely if it was found in someone's possession. None of the investigators assigned to ride the trains and watch people in the stations in that area had reported anything suspicious. No older men with boys or women. However, a ticket clerk reported that she had seen a man that summer on the platform. He had tried to convince her son to go into the words with him. The police did locate him, but quickly eliminated him as the killer they were seeking. However, Yuri Kalnick had been released from prison after serving 5 years, and he now lived near the area where the body was found. Perhaps they had been hasty in releasing him. When questioned, he insisted he knew nothing, so they let him go. Then on May 11th, an 8-year-old boy disappeared. He was found 2 months later by the side of a road, stabbed and mutilated. The killer had changed his habits. He had gone from killing his victims in the woods to out in the open. This alerted the officials to the possibility that he might have noticed all the surveillance at the train stations and changed his manner of procuring victims. Killing someone so near a road was a careless thing to do. That could be a hopeful sign. Even the most organized killer can disintegrate as need replaces caution. Then in August, a Hungarian student, Elena Varga, was found dead in a wooded area that was far from any train or bus station. Her body had been violated like all the other female victims in the Lesopolosa series. In just over a week, the 4th victim, a 10-year-old boy, Alexei Kobatov, went missing, and 4 months later, the sexually mutilated body of an 11-year-old boy turned up in Lesopolosa. Then another 10-year-old boy was found dead, his sexual organs cut off, and his tongue was missing. Disturbingly, it appeared to have been bitten off. Once more, the killer shifted his pattern and went for a female victim, and at the end of July in 1990, workmen found a 13-year-old boy, Viktor Petrov, killed and mutilated in a botanical garden. They now had what they believed were 32 victims over the past 8 years, and the newspapers, now free to report this news after the loosening of government control, were putting immense pressure on the investigators. Those in the top positions threatened those on lower rungs with being fired. This killer had to be stopped, and people were getting desperate. Then on August 17th, Ivan Fomin, 11, went swimming not far from his grandmother's cottage. In the tall reeds not far from numerous potential witnesses who should have heard if not seen him, The killer had stabbed him 42 times and castrated him. The public was getting angrier than ever at these outrageous crimes. Burakov decided on a new plan. He would select the most likely stations and then make surveillance obvious in the others, so that only those with plainclothes officers would seem safe to the killer. In other words, they would try to force him into action in a particular place, and in those places, they would record the names of every man who came and went. They would also place people in the forests nearby, dressed as farmers. It was a major task, with over 350 people who had to be in place and do their jobs for who knows how long, but it seemed viable. It seemed that the train station in Donleskov station might be a good place to set up a post, for example, since 2 of the victims had been found near there. Mushroom pickers generally used it during the summer, but not many other people. 2 other stations were selected as well. But even before the plan was enacted, the killer chose a victim from the Donleskov station. He killed a 16-year-old retarded boy, stabbing him 27 times and mutilating him before discarding his clothes. Part of his tongue was missing, as were his testicles, and one eye had cut out. When his identity was established, officers learned that he spent most of his time on the train, but no one had seen him exit with anyone. Burakov was in despair. They had a good plan, and had it been in place, they might have caught the bastard. Then another 16-year-old boy, Viktor Tishchenko, was reported missing, who had gone to the Shakhty railroad station to pick up tickets. Cullen writes that the handsome, athletic Tishchenko was larger than any other male victim thus far, weighing around 130 pounds. They found his body 2 miles south, in the woods and in the usual condition. It was where the mother and daughter had been found 6 years earlier. In the grove, there was evidence of a prolonged struggle. Burakov got moving. The snare was set, with everyone in place, but the killer struck again. This time, his victim was a young woman. She was number 36, and she had been beaten to death and sliced open like a butchered pig, but nobody had seen a thing. And yet, there were reports of men who had been at the train station nearby. One name stood out. In fact, they were chilled by it. They had seen this one before. To that point, over 500,000 people had been investigated, but this one had been interrogated before and only released because his blood type had not matched the semen samples. And they knew the lab work had been faulty. This was their killer. They were sure of it. Andrei Romanovich Chikatilo had been at the Donleskov train station on November 6th. He had been questioned and cleared in 1984. He had now been placed at the scene of a victim's disappearance. He was seen coming out of the woods and had washed his hands at a pump. He also had a red smear on his cheek and ear, a cut finger, and twigs on the back of his coat. The officer at the station had taken down his name. Burakov had the man placed under surveillance. They soon learned that he had resigned from his post as a teacher due to reports that he had molested students. He had then worked for another enterprise, but was fired when he failed to return from business trips with the supplies he was sent to get. So what had he been doing with his time? During the time he had spent in jail in 1984, there had been no murders, and his travel records coincided with other murders, including the one in Moscow. He once had been a member in good standing with the Communist Party, but had been expelled due to his incarceration. But all the evidence was circumstantial. Investigators would need to catch him in the act, or get him to confess. Keeping him under surveillance, they saw an ordinary man doing nothing unusual. It was frustrating. Kostoyev, who had finally read the earlier report on this man, ordered his arrest. On November 20th, 1990, 3 officers dressed in street clothes brought Chikatilo in for interrogation, and they noticed that he did not have a mouth full of gold teeth, as one witness had indicated. They learned that he was married and had 2 children, and that he was something of an intellectual with a university degree. In his satchel they found a folding pocket knife. They placed Chikatilo in a cell with an informant, expected to get him to admit to what he had done, but failed. A search of Chikatilo's home, which shamed his family, produced no evidence from victims, but did yield 23 knives. Then Chikatilo wrote a 3-page document to which he confessed to sexual weakness, the words he had used before, and to years of humiliation. He hinted at perverse sexual activity, but did not specify, and said that he was out of control. He wrote another, longer essay in which he said that he did move around in the train stations and saw how young people there were the victims of homeless beggars. He also admitted that he was impotent. It appeared to be an indirect confession, feeling guilt but fending it off by fingering other suspects, and also hinting at how it was best that some of these beggars had died rather than reproduce. He also mentioned that he had thought of suicide. Kostoyev told him that his only hope would be to confess everything in a way that would show he had mental problems, so that an examination could affirm that he was legally insane and he could be treated. Otherwise, the evidence they had would surely convict him without a confession, and he would have no hope to save himself. That was Kostoyev's bait, and he felt sure it would be effective. Chikatilo asked for a few days to collect himself, and said he would then submit to an interrogation. Everyone expected that he would confess, but he insisted he was guilty of no crimes. For each crucial time period involving a murder, he claimed that he had been at home with his wife. Clearly he had used the extra 2 days alone in his cell to become more resolved. The next day, he revised his statements somewhat. In fact, he had been involved in some criminal activity, but not the murders. In 1977, he had fondled some female students who had aroused him. He had difficulty controlling himself around children, but there were only 2 instances in which he had lost control. 9 days elapsed with Kostoyev getting no closer to his goal. He did not know what to do to get this man to finally open up. A medical examination indicated that Chikatilo's blood type was A, but his semen supposedly had a weak B antibody, making it appear that his blood type was AB, though it wasn't. He was the paradoxical rare case. The informant in Chikatilo's cell eventually told Burikov that the interrogation techniques were not according to protocol, and that they were rough and made Chikatilo defensive. It was unlikely they were going to work. Kostoyev brought in photographers to humiliate Chikatilo and pressure him to believe that they had witnesses to whom they were going to show these photographs. Still, he did not give any ground. 9 days had elapsed. They were allowed only 10 before having to charge him with a specific crime, and they did not have enough proof of even one. It was looking very much like they might have to let him go. Burikov thought they should try another interrogator, and his candidate was Dr. Buchanovsky. Kostoyev initially resisted this idea, but finally had to admit he was going nowhere. He agreed to let the psychiatrist see what he could do. Buchanovsky agreed to question Chikatilo, but only out of professional interest. Burikov agreed to these conditions. Buchanovsky was soon in a closed room alone with the best suspect in the Lesopolosa murders. The psychiatrist saw right away that this was the man that he had described in his 1987 profile. So many of the indicators were there: ordinary, solitary, non-threatening. He introduced himself with a show of humility, and then showed Chikatilo the profile. He sensed that this man wanted to talk about his rage and his humiliation, so it was best to show sympathy and listen. He spent 2 hours doing that, and then began to discuss the crimes. Buchanovsky asked Chikatilo to help him on some aspects of the profile that he was not quite certain about. He reads the relevant pages to him, and one sees Chikatilo listening intently, as if alert to the only person who seems ever to have understood him. Buchanovsky talked with him for hours, and then went out and told police interrogators that the suspect was now ready to confess. Kostoyev prepared a formal statement accusing Chikatilo of 36 murders. He was off by a long shot, but no one yet knew that. Chikatilo read the statement of charges and admitted that he was guilty of the crimes listed. He now wanted to tell the truth about his life and what had led him into these crimes. Among his admissions was his first murder, which had occurred not when the police had first begun to keep track of them with Lyubov Buryuk, but years earlier in 1978. He had killed a little girl, Yelena Zakitnova, age 9. This was alarming, since a man had already been arrested, tried and executed for that murder. But Chikatilo said that he had moved to Shakti that year to teach. Before his family arrived, his free time was spent watching children and feeling a strong desire to see them without their clothes on. To maintain his privacy, he purchased a hut on a dark, dirty street. When he went to it one day, he came upon the girl, was seized with urgent sexual desire, and took her to the hut to attack her. When he could not achieve an erection, he used his knife as a substitute. He blindfolded her, strangled her, and stabbed her repeatedly. Once she was dead, he tossed her body into a nearby river. Even back then he was a suspect, but the other man had confessed under torture, so Chikatilo was free to go. He was shocked to come so close to being caught. Kostoyev asked him to explain the blindfold, and just as they had suspected, Chikatilo admitted that he had heard that the image of a killer remains in the eyes of the victim. It was a superstition, but he had believed it. That was why he had wounded so many others in the eyes. Then he had decided it was not true, so he stopped doing that. Later, he admitted that he just had not liked his victims looking at him as he attacked them. Chikatilo hated to see how vagrants at train stations went off into the woods for sexual encounters that he could never emulate. His fantasies became more violent. In 1981, he repeated his manner of attack on a vagrant girl looking for money, but he also used his teeth on her to bite off a nipple and swallow it. At the moment of cutting her and seeing the body sliced open, he said, "I involuntarily ejaculated." He covered her with newspaper and took her sexual organs away with him, only to cast them aside in the woods. He remembered the details of each of the 36 murders and went through them, one by one. Sometimes he acted as a predator, learning someone's routes and habits and finding a way to get that person alone. Others were victims of opportunity who happened along at the wrong time. The stabbing almost always was a substitute for sexual intercourse that could not be performed. He had learned how to squat beside them in such a way as to avoid getting their blood on his clothing, which he demonstrated with a mannequin. At any rate, he worked in a shipping firm, so there was always an excuse for a scrape or cut. It seemed that his impotence generally triggered the rage, especially if the women made demands or ridiculed him. He soon understood that he could not get aroused without violence. I had to see blood. With the boys, it was different, although they bled just as easily as women, and that's what he needed most. Chikatilo would fantasize that these boys were his captives, and that he was a hero for torturing and doing them in. He could not give a reason for cutting off their tongues and penises, that he never admitted to actually consuming body parts taken from his victims, but searches never turned up any discarded remains. But the whole thing, Chikatilo said, the cries, the blood, the agony, gave me relaxation and a certain pleasure. He liked the taste of their blood, and would even tear at their mouths with his teeth. He said it gave him an animal satisfaction, to chew or swallow nipples or testicles. To corroborate what he was saying, he drew sketches of the crime scenes, and what he said fit the known facts. Then he confirmed what everyone had feared. He added more victims to the list. Many more. One boy he had murdered in a cemetery and placed in a shallow grave. He took the investigators there, and they recovered the body. Another was killed in a field, and she was located. On it went, murders here and there, and the bodies were always left right where they were killed, except for one. Chikatilo described a murder in an empty apartment, and to get the body out, he had to dismember it and dump the parts down a sewer. The police had wondered whether this one was part of the series, and had decided that there were too many dissimilarities to include it. In the end, he confessed to 56 murders, although there was evidence for only 53, 31 females and 22 males. Burikov, says Cullen, believed that there might actually be more. They brought him into the Rostov courtroom on April 14, 1992, and put him into a large iron cage painted off-white, where he could either stand or sit. The judge sat on a dais, and 2 citizens on either side acted as jurors. There were 225 volumes of information collected about him and against him. The press wrote about the maniac and spread the word about his upcoming trial, so the courtroom, which seated 250, was filled with the family of many of his alleged victims. When he entered, they began to scream at him. Bald and without his glasses, he looked slightly crazy, especially when he drooled and rolled his eyes later in the trial. Throughout, Chikatilo appeared to be bored, except when he'd show a flash of anger and yell back at the crowd. On 2 separate occasions, he opened his trousers and pulled them down to expose his penis. They removed him from the courtroom. That he would be found guilty of murder was a foregone conclusion, but there was a chance that his psychological problems could save him from execution. However, his lawyer did not have the right to call psychiatric experts, only to cross-examine those that the prosecution brought in. Although the prosecutors were Anatoly Zadarozny and N.F. Gerasimenko, Judge Leonida Kubzanov became Chikatilo's chief enemy, asking sharp questions of the witnesses and throwing demeaning comments at the prisoner, who often did not respond. After several months, however, Chikatilo challenged the judge, claiming that he was the one in charge. "This is my funeral," the defendant said. At one time, he spontaneously denied 6 of the murders, and at another, he confessed to 4 new ones. He claimed to be a victim of the former Soviet system, and called himself a mad beast. He also claimed that there should be 70 incidents attributed to him, not 53. At one point, they write, when he was asked whether he had kept track as he killed his victims, Chikatilo said, "I considered them to be enemy aircraft I had shot down." No one adequately addressed the fact that there was a discrepancy between the blood type in the semen samples and Chikatilo's blood type. The forensic analyst explained her discovery of the rare phenomenon of a man having one blood type but secreting another, but this hypothesis was later ridiculed around the world. Yet with no forensic experts hired for the defense, there was little the defense attorney could do. The judge, with his clear bias against the defendant, accepted the unusual analysis. The court accepted the psychiatric diagnosis of sanity. One psychiatrist examined him yet again and said that he was still of the same opinion. It was Chikatilo's predatory behavior and ability to move to safer locales that showed a degree of self-control, as well as the fact that he had stopped for over a year at one point. The trial dragged on into August. The defense summed up its side by saying that the evidence and psychiatric analyses were flawed and the confessions had been coerced. He asked for a verdict of not guilty. The next day, Chikatilo broke into song from his cage and then talked a string of nonsense, with accusations that he was being radiated. He was taken out before the prosecutor began his final argument. Chikatilo was brought in and given a final opportunity to speak for himself. He remained mute. On October 14th, 6 months after the trial begun, the jury pronounced Andre Chikatilo guilty of 5 counts of molestation and 52 counts of murder. Then Chikatilo cried out, shouting swindlers, spitting, throwing his bench, and demanding to see the corpses. The judge sentenced him to be executed. A rumor circulated that the Japanese wanted to pay $1 million for the maniac's brain, but there was no substance to it. Yet many professionals did believe that his behavior was so aberrant that he should be studied alive. This man with a university degree in Russian literature, a wife and children, and no apparent background of child abuse, clearly had a savage heart. As he said of himself, he was apparently a mistake of nature. It's unfortunate that a better analysis was never performed. On February 15, 1994, he was taken to a special soundproof room and shot behind the right ear, ending his life. Case 3. I delicately aimed the pellet gun. My father stood behind me, helping to steady my aim. My hands were shaking slightly, but he calmly told me to take my time and pull the trigger when ready. My breath spewed forth in misty clouds through the January cold. My fingers hurt, and just the act of depressing the trigger seemed like an arduous task. My quarry sat atop a utility pole 20 yards down the easement, a red-tailed hawk. Its own breath exited its beak in little jets. Father told me not to rush, but I knew I had to take the shot before the bird took off, or else he would not be happy. We had been out hunting a while, and the sun was about to set. Father would not come home empty-handed. Hunting trips with my father were some of the only times I didn't have to fear his drunken wrath, but I still dreaded them. I was only 7 during this particular memory, but even then I knew what we were doing was wrong. Father communicated more than he realized about the legality of his hunting habits to me. He never outright said we were breaking the law, but the way he spoke of hunting regulations, and how they were all drafted up by petty tyrannical bureaucrats, and how some rules in life were okay to break made it clear enough. I took the shot. It hit the bird right in the heart, just like Father had taught me. My father let out an enthusiastic whoop as it tumbled down. He took the pellet gun from me and gave me a congratulatory slap on the back. After making sure it was dead, Father gave me a towel to hold my new prize in. He had me pose for a picture with it. I don't imagine I was smiling. He was very proud of me on the drive home. He said he would take the hawk to a taxidermist who would know how to do it, his most direct way of saying one who would be willing to do an illegal job, and mount it in my room. I did my best to act happy with the idea. Not being happy with it could have severe consequences for me. Father's face grew sour as 2 people appeared down the road. One of them was the game warden. My father never liked cops, period, but the game warden was his arch nemesis. He always warned me to keep an eye out for the warden before taking a shot. Right now, the warden appeared to be checking someone's fishing permit, and Father breathed a sigh of relief as we passed by him without him looking up from what he was doing. The memory of that day ends there for me. Eventually the hawk was mounted in my bedroom closet, out of immediate sight, just in case. Illegal hunting was my father's own little way of rebelling against the system. Any animal, any age, any season, any time of day or night, any weapon or method. Baiting, trespassing, spotlighting. It was as if lawful hunts bored him, for rarely did we go out to hunt without breaking at least a few rules. He started taking me with him as soon as I could shoot a gun. He was very enthusiastic in initiating me into his little hunting rebellion way of life, bidding me to practice on any illicit game we could find. He would get pretty creative too. One time he took me out to hunt for owls at night. He could expertly mimic the calls of several species, and called in a great horned owl to perch in a tree in the middle of a field, where he promptly shot it, fearing I would miss in the darkness. You see, birds were a favorite for him, particularly raptors. I think he took some perverse pride in taking down the elite apex predators. As I started to approach adolescence, he let me do more fun activities on my own, so I didn't have to come on his hunting trips as often. If he was hunting something large like a bear, he would bring me along to help out with the sheer amount of work such things took. But for the most part, he'd just tell Mom and me he was heading out, and then come back with something he shot illegally. Then one day he brought back a bald eagle. I don't know where he shot it. In fact, I had never previously seen one in person, but there it was. At the time, bald eagles were still very endangered, and I knew he would be in a lot of trouble if caught with it. He told me to wrap it up in a towel and take it out of his pickup truck and put the bird on the picnic table behind the house on our small acreage. He must have known even the seediest of taxidermists wouldn't take an eagle, since he set about trying to perform his own amateur stuffing job. I placed the carcass on the picnic table while Father got his tools ready. I'd seen plenty of dead animals before, but I felt genuinely sick as I looked down on it with its closed eyes. The bullet wound was right where the heart would be, just like he always taught me to shoot. Despite my father's contempt of hunter ethics, there was still one scruple he held onto and taught to me. Quick, clean kill, cause the animal as little suffering as possible. I really didn't want it on display in our house, but Father was clearly very proud of his kill, and he enthusiastically set to work on it, bidding that I watch and learn. He ended up making a bloody mess of the thing. By the time he realized he was in over his head with the job, the bird was well beyond salvaging for display purposes. He decided to settle for keeping the beak and talons and some of the feathers. He had to get rid of the rest, being incriminating evidence and all. He probably could have just thrown it in the woods behind our house and let the animals consume it overnight. But just to be safe, he put the mutilated carcass under an upturned metal swimming pool, one of the several disused items we had scattered about our property. That experience left me with a very bad taste in my mouth. I had nightmares about the eagle. I imagined it still alive, blind and in terrible pain, struggling beneath the pool. Between a few days and a month later, 2 police officers showed up to our property. I had an instant sinking feeling. As much as I feared Father, I didn't want him taken to jail. Plus, Mom and I were also complicit in his hunting crimes. What would happen to us? I didn't know what the penalty was for killing an eagle at the time, but this was during the early 1980s, not long after the passage of the Endangered Species Act and during a time of intense conservation activism. I knew the world would not be happy with our family if we were caught with it, and beneath my fear was shame. Father made sure they never came wandering around where the pool was. They asked him some questions that I couldn't hear and left. They never came back, and gradually my fear subsided. But I still felt bad about the eagle's fate. I left home as soon as I turned 18. I spent a couple years in the Navy, met a girl, got married, and the whole time I never talked to my parents again. They're both dead now. Father died of a heart attack, and Mom from overdosing. I did not attend their funerals. The house was left abandoned. My parents didn't have a will, and I never cared to press matters of inheritance. My wife and I were doing fine on our own. However, I eventually realized someone could start doing something on the derelict property in order to set up an adverse possession claim. So I decided I may as well see if I could fix up the place and claim ownership. I had a lot to think about during the 3-hour road trip to my childhood home. I felt guilty for leaving Mom alone with my drunk of a father. I felt bad for keeping out of touch, but I also felt angry that they had never tried to contact me either. I almost turned back on the easement as the house came into view, the upturned pool and other junk items scattered around it. There were no signs that it had been occupied in the over 10 years since they had died. The door was not locked. I had brought my pistol just in case, but there was no one inside. Everything was still there, from the furniture to Mom's decorative knickknacks, all covered in dust. The drab green wallpaper was now peeling off, and the various nature paintings now hung crooked. I went to the basement, where most of my father's illicit trophies were still mounted on the wall. Guests to the house were never allowed down there for that reason. The house no longer had electricity, but there was just enough light streaming in through the basement windows to allow me to see the stuffed heads, staring me down from their plaques and podiums. I went up to my bedroom. I had taken most of my stuff with me when I moved out. Only my bed and a few items I didn't want remained. Among these was the stuffed hawk, still perched awkwardly in my closet, now looking rather disheveled. I would have to get rid of it and the other trophies if I decided to claim the house. I thought about the eagle. I had never looked under the pool after Father put it there. I had been too disgusted and afraid of what I might see. I decided to go and look. It would be some form of closure. The pool was still there, overturned as always. There would not be a horrible mangled creature there anymore, just some bones and maybe some feathers at most, though I doubted even that. I was still somewhat nervous as I lifted the pool. Just the sight of it had given me pangs of dread as a teenager. I don't know if whatever was left of the eagle was still under there. I don't know if I saw it and have forgotten, or if it was completely gone. All I know is I was not expecting to find a human cadaver. I think the body had undergone some kind of half-mummification under the pool. It still had skin and hair, but I don't remember a strong stench. He had been dead a while. It appeared to be sinking into the mud, filth covering its green or khaki shirt. It took a few moments for me to accept that it was not some Halloween decoration. We never celebrated Halloween. It was not a pretty sight to be sure. There were 1,000 questions a second racing through my brain. But what really haunted me, what made me put the pool back and turn around and drive home and never speak a word of the trip to anyone, was a small metal object on the body's tattered clothing, a game warden's badge. Case 4. The knocks came after midnight. We were in bed upstairs, sleeping so soundly that the noise seemed, at first, just part of a dream. "That's the door?" I asked, turning to see my husband already heading downstairs. I followed. Standing on the stoop outside was Richard Lyon, our duplex landlord, holding a baby monitor. His face was pale, his eyes were deep and tired. He spoke in a low, hoarse voice. Nancy, his wife, had been vomiting for hours. He was taking her to the emergency room. Could we please look after his daughters while he was gone? We took the monitor without a thought. In the nearly 6 years we had lived side by side, sharing as we did a wall, a front porch, a backyard, and the cramped conditions of middle-income Park City's housing. We had come to rely on each other for life's little emergencies. Electronic babysitting, pet care during vacations, newspapers retrieved from the rain. During the past year, especially, as their marriage crumbled and Richard was frequently gone, we had often come to Nancy's aid. We helped when she was sick, collected her mail, listened for her phone. Now this. "Don't worry about the kids," I said as Richard headed back to his door. "And tell Nancy I hope she feels better." 6 days later, she was dead. Within 2 months, the official word was that Nancy Dillard Lyon had been poisoned. The Dallas County Medical Examiner, who ruled her death a homicide, found lethal concentrations of arsenic in her body. Richard, then 34, was arrested and charged with her murder. Less than a year later, he was convicted and given a life sentence. From the start, the Lyon murder attracted national publicity and local curiosity. The victim was the daughter of a prominent Highland Park family and a partner in one of Trammell Crow's residential companies. From her death on January 14, 1991, to Richard's trial in December, there was a constant flow of new twists. Suggestions of other suspects, rumors of incest, revelations about chemical purchases, and Nancy's own suspicions that she was being poisoned. Throughout those 11 months, I did all I could to believe that Richard had not poisoned his wife. At every opportunity, I turned distrust and fear into doubt and denial. I refused to follow the tide of opinion about my neighbor, refused to convict him without proof of his guilt. I knew Richard, I thought. We had lived so close enough to hear, as I did the night he took Nancy to the hospital, his last tender words to her in their bedroom. "I'm warming up the car," his voice crackled through the monitor, inches from my ear. "Do you think you can make it downstairs? I'll carry you." But what did I know? What does anyone know about anyone, even those who share your walls for years? You see their lives, hear them, only in fragments. Steps on a stair, casual glimpses through a window, doors closing and opening, the sound of running water, a child's cry or laugh. The pieces of their lives enter your consciousness, become as much a part of you as your own life. But in the end, you can only imagine what's in their souls, even if it is unimaginable. When I decided to write about Nancy's death, many who knew her wouldn't talk to me. They worried that I would take Richard's side, or that I would expose too much, having lived so close. Am I violating some neighborly code of privacy? I only know I wouldn't be writing this if Nancy had not died as she did. If anything, I would have written some nice little testament to the loss of a good neighbor. Maybe it would have inspired some nice little neighborly acts. But this is not a nice little story. It is a story of lies and betrayal, ugly accusations and cold, calculated murder. And there is no inspiration in any of it. It's hard to say when my suspicions began. My sense is that I felt inklings of a sinister aura over Nancy's illness from the start, but they were deep, intuitive, ill-defined. I couldn't pin them down. Maybe it was nothing more than the shock of it all. A 37-year-old woman, in seemingly good health, was suddenly lying in an intensive care unit with a team of doctors unable to stop her swift decline. At 1:50 a.m., when Nancy first entered Presbyterian Hospital's emergency room, the doctors tried several medications to stop her vomiting. By 8 a.m., she was no better. She had been retching uncontrollably. Her pulse was racing at 144. Her blood pressure had dropped to 50/18. When she was transferred to the ICU, doctors first suspected toxic shock syndrome. For more than a week, Nancy had complained of vaginal itching. 2 days earlier, she had begun taking Zovirax capsules for pimple-like lesions on her cervix. But she lacked the rash and high fever of toxic shock. Food poisoning looked doubtful too. Although she said she had eaten old pasta the night before, her symptoms had lasted too long. Puzzled, her doctors began to test for infections. Within hours, family and friends gathered. Eventually, they would fill the waiting room and spill out into the hall. Most had known Nancy's parents, Bill and Sue Dillard, for years. They had watched them bury one of their 4 children, 30-year-old Tom, who died of a brain tumor in 1985. But nobody expected that Nancy would not make it. As she thrashed in pain, her family members urged her to fight. To boost her spirits, friends played tape recordings of her daughters, 4-year-old Allison and 2-year-old Anna, singing and talking to their mother. Only when she continued to deteriorate did tensions escalate. On January 10th, a friend of the Dillards showed up on our doorstep and suggested that we visit Richard in the waiting room. "There's a lot of anger," she said. "It's the Dillards on one side, Richard on the other. What he really needs is friends." I went to the hospital that afternoon. The anger toward Richard didn't surprise me. I knew the Dillards thought he had put Nancy through hell for the past year. Nearly everyone was surprised, especially Nancy, when Richard grew so unhappy with the marriage. When we first became their tenants in 1985, they seemed a compatible, warm, active couple, with a homey friendliness and virtually no flash or friction in their lives. We never once heard them fight. Nancy was bright, ambitious, and full of cheerful energy, a small woman with short dark hair and a pretty face marked by jet black eyes, alabaster skin, and large white teeth. Richard, a short man with wavy brown hair and chiseled features, was congenial, calm, conservative, and relentless in his puttering around the yard. They had met 6 years earlier at Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, where they studied landscaping and development together, and had come to Dallas at the crest of its land boom. They were intent on working hard, but they also freely took help from Nancy's real estate developer father, Big Daddy, as his children called him, in the form of loans and business clout. In 1982, Nancy accepted a management job with longtime family friend Trammell Crow's residential company. She rose quickly and made partner in a year. In 1984, in part from Bill Dillard's recommendation, Richard was hired by developer Kenneth Hughes to oversee construction of his firm's largest projects. The couple busied themselves nearly all the time, sprucing up their property, directing family Christmas pageants, making Allison's dollhouse shingle by shingle. At Harvard, they had teamed up on all their projects, working through the night until collapsing together in the single bed they shared. According to friends, Nancy had the ideas, Richard the speedy execution. The constant activity bridged the striking differences in their backgrounds. Nancy had grown up among the manicured lawns and large brick homes of Highland Park, a rarefied world of close-knit, affluent, church-going families whose children sang Christmas carols together and spent summers at the country club pool. Richard had none of that breeding. He grew up in a middle-class neighborhood in small-town Connecticut, where his father sold insurance and his mother was a teacher's aide. When he met Nancy in 1979, he didn't even own a suit. At their wedding 3 years later, his relatives were daunted by the Dillards' money and what they perceived to be their in-laws' clannish ways. It bothered them that Richard didn't quite fit in. His parents bristled when Nancy's older brother, Bill Jr., jokingly toasted Richard at the rehearsal dinner as a Yankee and a yardman. If Richard resented his wife's family or her success, however, he never let on in those early years. The couple ate burgers at regular Dillard picnics by the Dallas Country Club pool and went on Dillard family vacations each summer. Richard worked with Nancy on her junior league philanthropy projects. Particularly after Allison's birth in 1986, the couple's life meshed easily with Highland Park expectations. They hired a full-time nanny. They got their children on waiting lists for the best preschools. They taught in the Sunday school nursery. Yet they were never blatant materialists. Their life in the 1,100 square foot duplex appeared simple and earnest. They spent weekend nights at home, renting old movies. On their own, they transformed the once scrawny backyard into a little paradise, planting trees and wisteria, driving bricks into sand to make a patio, hanging chimes, and a hammock. But my husband and I could see the stresses build. By 1988, the real estate boom had gone bust. Richard's work with Hughes was slowing. In January 1989, their second daughter, Anna, was born with a hip problem. Their cramped space seemed nearly intolerable. All through that summer, we would listen to Anna's crying in their bedroom. Richard was gone on business often. In the fall of that year, we had heard only hints that the marriage was troubled, that Richard had met another woman and wanted out. The first real sign of their break came sadly and quietly the day after Christmas. We awoke to see their tree already stripped of its ornaments and lying on the front sidewalk to be hauled away. Richard was crouched in the driveway with a packed duffel bag on the ground beside him, his face bitter and unhappy as he held an arm around little Allison and spoke softly in her ear. Then he threw his bag into his red 1966 Mustang and drove off. The separation left Nancy dumbfounded and distraught. He had told her he was going to a family counseling program in Arizona, but he ended up joining his girlfriend on a ski trip. 2 weeks later he was back, only to move out again within a month. Yet through the next year, Nancy was endlessly willing to endure Richard's occasional, always short-lived attempts at reconciliation, much to the increasing chagrin of her family and friends. "I know the real Richard," she used to say. "This isn't like him. He's a family man. He's sick, but I know he'll come around." By early summer 1990, the separation was taking a physical toll on Nancy. She grew alarmingly thin. One morning she knocked on our door, handed us Anna, sat down on our front step, and vomited. We got a bucket and called her parents. Later that day I took her some soup. Her doctor attributed the illness to antibiotics, she said. 2 weeks later she told me that she tried taking the same pills again and again got sick. The incident became, for me, a metaphor for the sense of rot I began to feel at the duplex that summer. Maybe it was just the image of their garden, which, once lavish, was now withered and infested. I began watering and tending it. Each night, I straightened up the yard and washed off the porch. When Richard filed for divorce in September, I was actually relieved. The finality seemed to strengthen Nancy. Her attorney requested that she get sole custody of the children, child support, and rights to as much as $260,000 in separate assets. One settlement proposal suggested that Richard was willing to give Nancy most of what she wanted. For the first time, I heard her speak hopefully about herself. She mentioned moving to Washington, D.C. to work. Then, by mid-November, Richard began appearing at the duplex. We were surprised and skeptical at first. When I asked Nancy about it, she told me that Richard wanted to reconcile and that she had asked him to prove it. Suddenly the place came alive. The couple began planning a new backyard, including a playhouse that Richard was building himself, working late into the freezing nights to finish it before Christmas. He put a wood-burning fireplace in the living room and, at Nancy's request, painted the downstairs walls a funky red. In the evenings he built pillow forts with the kids and played his guitar. The atmosphere was so lively that my 21-month-old son, Sean, began yearning to visit. One morning, without my knowing it, he wandered out of our door. I found him eating apple slices at their breakfast table. So that was my view on January 10th, 1991, when I decided to visit Richard in the hospital waiting room. I had a certain amount of compassion for him. If there was anger, I thought, it was because the Dillards didn't understand how much he had been around, how so much had seemed to change. I entered carrying a bag of deli sandwiches. The waiting room was crowded. Richard was sitting in one corner with a group, looking pale but refreshed from a shower. I went directly to him, gave him the sandwiches, and hugged him. "I'm so sorry," I said. "About what?" he asked. I flushed and paused for a moment, unsure of what to say. "Well," I said, "I'm sorry Nancy's so sick." 6 hours after I left, Nancy's lungs failed. She was sedated and placed on a respirator. She never communicated again. By the time she was taken off life support on January 14th, she was a bloated, unrecognizable figure. The intravenous attempts to bring up her blood pressure had pumped nearly 40 pounds of excess fluids into her body. At the time of Nancy's death, the doctors still didn't know the exact cause. But hours after she was admitted on January 9th, her father told Dr. Ali Bagheri, the resident overseeing her care, that the family suspected Richard had poisoned Nancy. A few days later, her brother Bill told the Dallas County District Attorney the same thing. Nancy, it turned out, had suspected Richard of poisoning her 4 months earlier. She had related her fears to her divorce lawyer, Mary Henrik, and to her sister-in-law, Mary Helen Dillard. In early September, she told them, she found a bottle of wine on her porch with an anonymous note to her. The cork looked as if it had been tampered with. Soon after, Nancy said, she and Richard went to the movies. When Richard brought her a soft drink, she took one sip and immediately spit it out because of a foul taste. She then saw a white powder floating on top. According to Henrik, Nancy said Richard threw a fit because she didn't drink it. She said she was sick that night. It's hard to say why Nancy would have reconciled with Richard in the face of such suspicions, which apparently continued. Henrik urged her to have the wine tested, but Nancy never followed through, saying it would embarrass her to accuse her husband. Then, in late October, friends saw Nancy with a collection of unusual health pills Richard had given her. In December, after she and Richard went on a ski weekend in Colorado, Nancy told Mary Helen she had stayed in the bathroom vomiting for an entire night during the trip. Richard, she said, never once got out of bed to check on her. After Nancy's father talked to Begary, it was at least 10 hours before the doctor did anything. Begary later testified that his patient load was busy that day and that he was waiting for Richard to leave Nancy's bedside so he could talk to her alone. Finally, around midnight, he saw Nancy in her room. She told him about the soft drink, about the wine and the health pills. When Begary left Nancy that night, he recalled, she was writhing in pain, pleading with him to find out what was wrong with her. I remember what she said, he testified. Please help me. Help me. Don't let me die. Early the next morning, Begary asked the Dillards to search the duplex. Later that day, they returned with a red bag. Inside was an 8-compartment container filled with various pills and an open bottle of wine. The bags had been in the car trunk of Allison and Anna's nanny, who said she saw Nancy place them there amid sundry garage sale items a few months earlier. Richard, meanwhile, apparently knew nothing of the Dillard family's suspicions. Shortly after Nancy was admitted to the ICU, he himself asked doctors if tainted food could have made her ill. He said she had been drinking foul-tasting coffee the morning before she got sick. He brought in a bag of food from the house to be tested. By this point, I later learned, observers were clearly divided into two camps. Doctors viewed Richard's efforts with skepticism, and Nancy's family and friends were quick to catalog his misplaced gestures, indifferent responses, and odd refusal to leave her bedside. Yet others saw nothing strange about Richard's behavior. They saw him pray with his minister. They saw him barely sleep. When Nancy died, he appeared as bereft as any husband would be. Gary Perkins, a business associate and close friend of Richard's, came to the hospital just as Nancy's life support was being turned off. At first, Perkins was directed to an upstairs waiting room where the Dillards were congregating separately from Richard. When he walked off the elevator and asked for Richard, he felt a discernible chill. A woman showed him downstairs to a room where Richard's parents sat alone, waiting for their son to exit Nancy's room. Richard came out, and he was crying real hard, Perkins recalls. He was surprised to see me, and he hugged me. It upset me, because I'd never seen him upset like that. Perkins ended up driving Richard home. It wasn't until they were in the car that he learned Nancy had died. I cried and told him I was sorry, Perkins says. He had her pair of shoes there in his lap, and he kept rubbing them in his hands. Man, it just ripped me apart. I couldn't stand it. And he kept saying, how am I going to tell my girls? How am I going to tell them? The day before Nancy died, I took down their Christmas lights. I raked and swept the backyard, picking up pieces of wood shavings, screws, and nails while my son played. In the center of the small lawn stood a stone statue of a curly-haired angel playing a harp. Richard had given it to Nancy for Christmas. For some reason, my son knew it was hers and would occasionally point to it and call out her name. When he did, I felt a loss of surprising depth. I hadn't known Nancy as a close friend. Although we had talked nearly every day, our relationship was seasoned with a cordial neighborly distance. For a long time, in fact, Nancy was nothing more to me than a good neighbor. She practiced that art well. When we first moved in, she would bring us gifts of soup or ice cream. If she borrowed a dish, she would always return it filled with something she or Richard had cooked. She remembered us every Christmas with a gift of raspberry vinegar or a basket of fruit. My husband, who is rarely hyperbolic about anyone, began calling her the nicest person in the world. Admittedly, Nancy could be aggravating. Often we would step over dirty dishes or half-full coffee mugs that she would leave for hours on the front stoop. When her children painted on the upstairs porch, globs of red or blue would drip onto the stroller we kept near our door. And in conversation, She could be infuriatingly optimistic, addressing problems with empty platitudes about how everything would work out. Even after Richard left, even as her world fell apart, she tried to hang on to her rosy views. Yet when she couldn't, she seemed more approachable, softer, more real. She had quit her job shortly after Richard moved out, intent on giving her daughters stability through the marital chaos. I was home with a child too. Together we began to forge a silent household alliance. On warm days and evenings our doors would swing open, and our children would run back and forth, playing together as Nancy and I stayed on separate sides working or cooking. We would take turns keeping an eye on the kids. On some days we would borrow sugar, noodles, or milk from each other with an almost comic style. As the months passed, our reliance on each other grew. At times she would say how grateful she felt with us living so close, how comforting our mere presence was to her, how safe she felt. For me, too, Nancy's movements became etched into my daily routine. The sound of her step at night, the slamming of her door, the smell of her cooking, the sight of the toys strewn on her living room floor, the music she played. Then suddenly she was gone. Immediately after Nancy's death, the police advised the Dillards to keep up appearances with Richard. In retrospect, it amazes me how convincingly they played their roles. They received scores of guests at their home. During the funeral, which drew hundreds, Richard sat in the front pew next to Nancy's mother. The two wept with their arms around each other as they sang Amazing Grace. At the grave site, her family calmly watched Richard hold Allison close. In the weeks that followed, Nancy's father came by the duplex nearly every other morning with a box of fresh-baked muffins. He sometimes helped with the household tasks or the children until Richard drove them to school. My husband and I tried to help Richard too. We babysat when he went to a grief recovery program. We cooked him dinners. We tried to offer him chances to talk, although we knew he didn't bear his feelings easily. But it seemed to us that Richard was finding a way to cope with his wife's death. With his old energy and industriousness, he took up the backyard work he and Nancy had begun. He built a greenhouse. He bought rabbits for his daughters and made an open bunny hutch. He moved the angel statue into the center of the vegetable garden and planned to put a little washtub fountain in front of it, a makeshift memorial to his dead wife. As I write this now, it seems almost absurd that I held so firmly to the idea that Richard was above suspicion. I am not, as few in Dallas are, I suppose, naive about spousal murders. I know that seemingly fine, upstanding men in our community are capable of strangling, smothering, or otherwise mutilating their wives to death. But I could see no such capacity for evil in Richard, nor could friends or co-workers. Nothing ever suggested Richard could do this kind of thing, said one of Richard's former employers. Richard would get mad, sure, but it was never carried out in the form of retribution. As a child, Richard was, according to his parents, always quiet and independent, rarely outwardly emotional but always amiable. He was drawn to art and music, did well in school, and showed signs of being a perfectionist. By age 28, he was competently directing multi-million-dollar construction projects and, all the while, earning the affection of colleagues who saw him as generous and honest. He once gave his secretary $500 to help with a down payment on her house. He paid his associate Gary Perkins $5,000 from his personal account when a company check was late. Perkins, who worked nearly every day with Richard through 1989, describes him as a gentle man who never lost his temper on the job. Richard would get angry, and he would voice his anger, Perkins says, but he always maintained control. By all accounts, Richard also impressed the Dillards with his creativity and work ethic. As Nancy's father wrote in 1989, recommending him for membership in the Dallas Salesmanship Club, I have had 10 years to observe his personality, drive, wit, and determination. Richard is hardworking, serious, and dedicated, but he can laugh at himself and has a great appreciation for the simple pleasures in life. He was the Pied Piper of all times with kids, says an acquaintance. He'd get out on the lawn at these picnics, and all the parents would be eating and drinking, and Richard was just there frolicking with the kids and having a good time. When Richard left Nancy, however, her friends saw him change. He became disdainful, cold, and angry. Yet Nancy would always defend him, saying he was simply having an acute midlife crisis. Richard had always been so compliant in his family, says Emily Comstock, a longtime friend of Nancy's. I think Nancy felt like he just hit a point where he didn't want to be a good boy anymore. I first saw Tammy-Ine Gaisford at the duplex just a few days after Nancy's funeral. Her car was parked in the driveway, with the same 94.5 the edge bumper sticker that had appeared on Richard's Mustang shortly after he had left Nancy. As I walked to our door, I glanced briefly through Richard's window and saw a blonde sitting at the dinner table with Richard and the girls. She appeared every 2 or 3 days after that, once lazily reading while he worked in the backyard. At first I didn't recognize her as the other woman that Nancy had mentioned. She was not, as Nancy had said, a sultry, miniskirt hussy who frequented bars. She was fit and attractive, with a demeanor undoubtedly sensual, but not at all cheap. The daughter of a residential contractor in Dallas, Ine Gaisford was an intelligent, reasonable woman who had met Richard in the summer of 1989, while both worked on the renovation of the Saks Fifth Avenue Pavilion in Houston. As I later learned, the affair had not been a casual one. For Christmas 1989, Richard had bought her a $4,900 ring, and their affection appeared mutual and deep, lasting even through Richard's attempts at reconciliation with Nancy. Richard knew he was in love with Ine, says one business associate who knew them. What to do about it was the confusing part. He loved his kids. Obviously it was awkward seeing Ine at the duplex so soon after Nancy's death. It was unseemly, really, particularly late one night in early February, when I heard laughter in the backyard and saw her, Richard, and another couple having a dinner party. One early February morning I opened our dining room blinds at the exact moment she walked out of Richard's back door, carrying a small overnight bag. Yet I continued to give Richard the benefit of the doubt. He had few close friends, I thought. Who was I to decide what he needed in his grief? There was, after all, so much I didn't know. On January 15th, one day after Nancy's death, an autopsy was conducted by the Dallas County Medical Examiner's office. It would show lethal doses of arsenic in her liver and kidneys. Her blood had as much as 100 times more arsenic than normal. Her hair showed as much as 40 times the normal amount at the root. That day, Detective Don S. Ortega of the Dallas Police Department's homicide unit met with Nancy's father. Ortega told him the investigation would take a while. In most cases, Ortega questions his prime suspect within a day or two, but this one was trickier. This time he would wait. The Dillards had told him that during 1990 Nancy had seen a canceled check from Richard to General Laboratory Supply, a chemical distributor in Pasadena. Apparently worried that Richard was using drugs, Nancy had mentioned the laboratory's name to her sister. Ortega subpoenaed bank records for Richard's accounts and asked General Labs to search their files. Within a month he obtained receipts showing Richard had bought several toxic chemicals in powdered form, including barium carbonate and sodium nitroferricyanide, from the supplier throughout 1990. None showed an arsenic purchase. In late February, the duplex grew quiet for days. Richard had told the Dillards he was going fishing in Mexico with a friend named John, and he left his daughters with Bill Jr.'s family. While he was gone, Ortega checked airline records and discovered Richard had flown to Puerto Vallarta with Ine Gaisford. Their return date was February 25th. Ortega picked up Richard for questioning 2 days later. Richard, pleasant and cooperative, spent 5 hours downtown with Ortega. During their talk, Ortega recalls, Richard's eye contact never wavered. He answered questions calmly, without obvious emotion, even at times when Ortega felt emotion was warranted. Ortega already knew that in the 44 days since Nancy's death, Richard hadn't once called the medical examiner's office to ask about the autopsy results. When he told Richard that Nancy had been poisoned, Richard barely reacted. He remained calm, Ortega testified. He didn't say anything and did not appear upset. No response at all. The most telling moment, in Ortega's view, came when he asked Richard if he had any poisons at the duplex. Richard mentioned that Amdro, an ant killer, and Vapum, a herbicide, were stored in the garage. When he then asked if Richard had ever bought any chemicals, Ortega testified. Richard thought for a moment and then said, "No." Right then, I knew I'd found my suspect, Ortega told me after the trial. I knew that he killed her. He lied to me, and I let him lie to me. In Ortega's view, Richard's lies only continued. When he asked if Richard had ever bought chemicals from a laboratory outside Houston, Richard said he had, mercury and lead to repair a battery, along with cyanide and arsenic acid to kill fire ants. At first Richard said he didn't recall what he had done with the poisons. Later he said he had put them in a trash bag and thrown them away. After the interview, Richard allowed police officers to search the duplex and his car. They turned up no evidence, no tainted food, none of the chemicals purchased by Richard, and no medication in Nancy's name. Not even the Zovirax capsules prescribed by her gynecologist just 2 days before she got sick. As it happened, Richard had ordered arsenic, in both liquid and powder form, on November 19, 1990 from General Labs. On December 26th, Richard called the company to ask about its status, and was told it should arrive within 2 weeks. The package was delivered to Richard's office the next day. Early that morning, Richard, Nancy, and the children had left Dallas on a flight to Connecticut. A receptionist signed for the package and placed it in the mailroom. The earliest Richard could have picked it up was January 3rd, 6 days before Nancy went to the hospital. At the trial, when Richard took the stand in his defense, he told a different version of his talk with Ortega. He said he initially answered no to the question about chemicals because he thought Ortega was asking about pesticides. And he testified that he never told Ortega that he had received the December 27th delivery of arsenic. In fact, nobody was ever able to prove Richard had actually picked up the arsenic at his office. Shortly after Richard's arrest in May, he contacted the receptionist who signed for the delivery and asked her if she remembered him complaining that he hadn't received a package. The receptionist said she didn't recall any such complaint, yet neither she nor any other witnesses saw Richard take the package from the mail room. It was nearly 3 months after Richard's trip downtown before Ortega arrested and charged him with first-degree murder. In that time, Dallas County toxicologists had analyzed the health pills that Nancy said Richard had given her. Most were benign vitamin formulas, but 2 of the 16 capsules contained pure barium carbonate, one of the toxic chemicals Richard had ordered in August. On a cold Sunday in early March, for days after his initial interview with Ortega, Richard knocked on our door and asked to see my husband. Richard told him about the police investigation and said Bill Jr. had filed a temporary restraining order to gain custody of his daughters. As my husband recalls it, Richard began hinting at a Dillard conspiracy, a family effort to pin Nancy's death on him, to take away the girls. Maybe the hospital screwed up, Richard said, or maybe someone else killed his wife. As they talked, my husband sensed concern and fear in Richard's voice, but no anger at the apparent injustice of the police accusations. He looked serious and shook up, my husband later told me. He looked more scared than outraged. Ein Gaisford stopped visiting after that. Richard hired lawyers and was gone often. I started a journal. 3 days after Richard talked with my husband, I sat in the backyard, struck by the stark contrast of 2 weeks earlier. Then, the yard had been full of life, with Allison, Anna, and Sean running after the bunnies while Richard sawed and hammered and potted plants. Now, I wrote, the plants have been strewn about, upturned by the wind or the rabbits. A light has been on for several nights in Richard's tool shed. No one has been in to turn it off. The face of Nancy's angel has streaks of light brown muck on it, sap, rusty water, bird crap for all I know. All life is gone, suddenly, except for the bunnies. Even they are thin, shaking, and hungry. Sean and I feed them every day. Sometimes they run wild in the alley. The other night, their hutch collapsed in the wind. That night, I was awake in bed when Richard's car pulled into the driveway. I heard his key in the door, his step on the stair 6 feet from my head. I felt, for the first time, a naked and nauseating fear. Maybe it was Rosemary Lyon, Richard's mother, who made me feel better. Within a few days she had left her job in Connecticut, moved in, and was washing and ironing his shirts, opening his mail, and cooking his meals. I finally got him to eat something last night, she said to me. Now I can't fill him up. Rosemary had a gritty, comforting, no-nonsense warmth about her. A second-generation Lebanese American, she seemed to be a woman who orders life by simple rules. She believes in the power of saints and is deeply loyal to her family and friends. I never heard her doubt Richard's innocence. As she saw it, whoever killed Nancy was out to get Richard too. When she arrived, she emptied all of Richard's spices in the trash. She looked warily at bottles of vinegar Nancy had kept above the sink. Through Rosemary, I began to see Richard as a mother's son. I found myself, once again, warm to him, able to view him with uncertainty, a feeling that was far more comforting than the terror I had felt days earlier. My trust was still tenuous. One night Rosemary came to our door with a plate of apple pie Richard had made that day. I could never bring myself to eat it, yet I remember, too, the beautiful, sunny, cool, windy afternoon when Richard and Rosemary came back from the first day of the custody hearing. I sat on the front porch while Richard complained about having to plead the Fifth Amendment on nearly every question, which his lawyers had advised. He said his stomach felt like it had a hole in it after he heard the Dillards' testimony against him. It hurts when you see your family, or what you thought was your family, saying you did something so horrible, he said. He looked so sad, so sincere in his stated incredulities. In that moment, I felt genuine sympathy for him. The Dillards never struck me as conspiring people. If anything, the manner of Nancy's death left them stunned, outraged, and somewhat mortified. They were also scared. I was sure that once Richard knew the jig was up, he would do something crazy like kill the girls and then kill himself. Bill Jr. told me months later. I had a lot of fear. At the time, though, I didn't know what to believe about Richard's hints of secrets in Nancy's family. Secrets, he said, that tied into the mystery of her death. I found it hard to imagine. But by this point, nothing would have surprised me, or so I thought. I hadn't heard the testimony in the custody hearing. Richard's lawyer had subpoenaed me as a witness, but after 2 days of waiting outside the courtroom, I was never called. Faced with no hard evidence proving Richard an unfit parent, the court gave the Dillards visiting rights, but temporarily returned the girls to their father. After Richard and Rosemary returned, jubilant, from court that day, I knocked on their door. Richard ushered me in. He had loosened his tie. His face looked more relaxed than it had in months. He had seriously hurt the Dillards' case, he said, by testifying about the incestuous relationship Nancy had had with her brother Bill while the two were adolescents. According to Richard, Nancy first told him about the incest in late spring 1989, when they and other Dillard family members spent a family counseling week at Sierra Tucson, a psychiatric facility in Arizona, where Bill Jr. was undergoing treatment for alcohol and drug abuse. While there, Nancy and Richard saw a sex therapist. The incest came out at that session, and as he said later, it left him disgusted and repulsed. What actually happened between Nancy and her brother 25 years ago is disputed. After Richard's trial, Bill Jr. spoke to me frankly about it. There was never any intercourse, he said, and no one victim or perpetrator. He and Nancy cooperated in fondling games that confused physical closeness with emotional intimacy. The two had even talked forgivingly about it months before she died, he said. But as I sat in his living room that day, Richard painted the ugliest of pictures. That Bill Jr. would pounce on Nancy with advances she escaped by mentally withdrawing, by reading, in one instance, even as it happened. According to Richard, Nancy's parents only discovered the incest when she complained of vaginal bleeding. I sat, speechless, at his descriptions. He looked back at me calmly. "Now you know," he said. That evening, when Richard drove his daughters back to the duplex, he got a police escort. Even though the day was wet, Richard brought out his guitar and began singing Raffi songs out back. The atmosphere was very festive, and it stayed that way for days. I remember, most clearly, one evening when Sean brought out his toy guitar for another sing-along. Allison hung on Richard's back, holding her blanket, while Anna played in the sand nearby. At the end of one song, Richard reached down and stroked Sean softly on the cheek. For a moment, in that warmth, it was as if the whole matter of Nancy's death had disappeared. We moved out 6 weeks later, into a house we had bought before Nancy died. In that time, we felt close to Richard. We shared dinners. When Anna was hospitalized with a rare viral syndrome, I watched how tenderly he cared for her. From time to time, Richard frolicked with my son. Their favorite seemed to be a tickling game, which Richard called typing torture. It always made Sean giggle wildly. Before we left, Richard gave us 2 bonsai trees. "Please keep these trees," he wrote in a note, "as they will survive for decades with the same care that you give each other." We heard about Richard's arrest in May. I felt helpless, seeing his picture on the front page. I went to his bond hearing and embraced Rosemary when his bail, originally set at $2 million, was reduced to $50,000. We didn't see them much after that. We became, like so many who knew Nancy and Richard, intent on escaping the ordeal. But escape was impossible. I had mistakenly taped the news report of Richard's arrest on my son's favorite Barney and the Backyard Gang videotape. I could barely listen to Raffi music. When one of the 2 bonsai trees died, I couldn't stop seeing Nancy in its thin, withered trunk, and Sean began having bedtime fears of men coming to type him. One night, months after we had moved out, I cradled him close and asked him, "Who types you?" "Richard," he answered. The hallway outside State District Judge John Kreutzat's courtroom was packed when I arrived on December 2nd for Richard's trial. It was an unusual scene from the start. For 3 weeks, nearly everything in the courtroom, including the white-collar jury, masked the carnality of murder with a veneer of North Dallas propriety and aesthetics. Richard appeared clean-shaven, in finely tailored suits, always carrying a briefcase full of legal pads and files. His lawyer, Dan Guthrie, a former assistant United States attorney with a reputation for defending savings and loan executives, was tall, handsome, and impeccably dressed. The state's case was led by Assistant District Attorney Jerry Sims, whose elegant skirts, spiked heels, and waist-long blonde hair effectively disguised her hard-nosed reputation for winning convictions. And each day, scores of well-scrubbed Dillard supporters came. Elderly benefactors, young women with hankies pinned to their sweaters, Episcopalian ministers, ladies doing cross-stitch. Richard's parents, and sometimes a friend or two, sat quietly apart from that crowd. I sat with the journalists, believing I could watch Richard's trial with their dispassion. I acted the part well, recording every minute of testimony in my little notebooks. Only later did I realize that I had never been dispassionate. I had hoped Guthrie would show me that his client didn't kill Nancy. He had pledged as much in an unusual press conference 9 months earlier, which he called after University Park police named Richard as a suspect. Then, Guthrie declared Richard innocent and promised that if the case went to trial it would be a real Perry Mason whodunit. I was hoping it would be, I suppose, for the same reasons I had continually denied Richard's guilt. It wasn't just my belief in his right to a fair trial. I also didn't want to admit that I had put my faith in a man who had coldly killed his wife. What I saw instead was the state's carefully laid out case, which implicated Richard at every turn. In testimony from Nancy's father, her doctor, Detective Ortega, and others, the state fashioned a picture out of her suspicions of Richard, Richard's apparent lies to the police, the autopsy report, the health pills packed with barium carbonate, and the paper trail of chemical purchases that ended with the December arsenic delivery. I was stunned, too, by the testimony of a man who, in January 1991, repainted and cleaned the apartment Richard had lived in while he was separated from Nancy. Among Richard's belongings, the man saw several empty clear gelatin capsules, the same as those containing the 2 tainted health pills. There was also the subsequent tenant at the apartment, who testified that while cleaning the back of a bathroom cabinet, she found a prescription bottle in Nancy's name. Along with the pills inside were 2 antibiotic capsules laced with sodium nitrofuranide, another poisonous chemical that Richard had bought from General Labs in August 1990. Money, not just his romantic liaison with Ein, appeared to be the motive. Nancy was worth about $1.2 million, including $500,000 from her life insurance policy. For months before her death, she had removed Richard as beneficiary, naming her children instead. The children's nanny, Lynn Peaswoods, had signed as witness to the change. According to Lynn's testimony, it seemed as if Richard didn't know about the switch, even after Nancy's death. The defense's attempts to counter Lynn's testimony looked suspicious. Guthrie introduced a typewritten note addressed to Richard, dated November 1, 1990, and signed Nancy, which mentioned the beneficiary change. But Lynn testified that Nancy didn't know how to type, and even took pride in that fact. Through his cross-examination of other state witnesses, Guthrie deluged the jury with a muddle of doubts. He suggested other suspects, Bill Jr., for instance, or Nancy's former boss at Crow Development, David Bagwell, who had been sued by the Crow companies for misappropriating $720,000. Nancy had been a potential witness against Bagwell and had received a death threat relating to the case in 1989. Guthrie also hinted at suicide, but that scenario seemed unlikely when the state introduced a 9-page letter from Nancy to Richard, written 4 months before her death in powerful, intelligent, eloquent prose. When read aloud, it was as if Nancy's voice had suddenly come into the courtroom to state her own case. My nature has always been to be so optimistic, so positive, so charged up about my life, and over this last year, in losing what I valued most in my life, I have let myself be so consumed by fear, unhappiness, heartache, and misery that I have compromised my values and principles and lost sight of myself, my needs, and my dreams. I can see clearly that the children and I need and deserve so much more. They need a loving, consistent parent who is there for them day and night. They need stability and predictability and a promise that no matter what, they will be defended, protected, and safe every moment, every day. I no longer have any desire to hold you to your marriage commitment. Not only are you free to go, but I need to demand that you go before even more damage is done to the children and to me. I watched Richard cry as the letter was read. I will never believe, as some suggested, that his tears were just a ploy to win the jury's sentiments. But I could feel my focus changing. I no longer wondered if he had killed her. I wondered instead what twisted passion had carried him through the months of premeditation, through the hours of her retching at home, through the days of her decline and death. I cannot pretend to know what happened between Richard and Nancy, but I believe then, as now, that Richard loved her once, as deeply as he must have grown to hate her. On the day the state rested its case, Richard came over to me in the courtroom. He asked about Sean and told me about Anna's funny antics. As we talked, I had trouble looking into his eyes. I could feel the Dillards' friends staring at us. When he asked how I thought the trial had gone, I shrugged and said nothing. "Just wait," he told me. "All the facts will come out." When he took the stand 2 days later, Richard never denied ordering the arsenic. He said he bought the poison to kill fire ants at the duplex and at a job site. Although his testimony drew snickers of disbelief that his supposedly all-organic company would sanction arsenic as a fire ant control, I knew the duplex had an ant problem. In late summer 1990, it had gotten so bad that I asked Nancy about it. "Richard's working on something," she told me. As Richard described it, he planned to bore into the mounds and then spray poison. Nancy had worked with him on the scheme, he said. In fact, it was Nancy who suggested buying arsenic in the first place. Richard's testimony also put him 250 miles from Nancy during the hours on January 8th, when she would have gotten the fatal dose of arsenic. Airline tickets, restaurant receipts, and eyewitnesses all confirmed that he had been in Houston since early that day and had arrived home around 6, about the time Nancy began feeling sick. He portrayed his wife as a vulnerable, sickly woman. All through the fall of 1990, he said, Nancy had called him often, complaining of illness. Her calls always drew him back to the duplex, he said, to check on the children or to help her. As proof, he offered writings he said were Nancy's, pages of notes, which Richard said he found in a file box 3 months before the trial. Nancy had been in counseling nearly all of her final year. I knew she wrote often about her therapy. Once, I had seen the walls of her bedroom covered with sheets of paper. 2 pages offered by the defense particularly played into suggestions of suicide or other suspects. One described how Bill Jr. had incestuously violated Nancy for years, how her family had denied it, and how Richard had tried to help her. "Tried to save me," the note said, "with his sincere heart and his unending patience with my hang-ups about sex." On the bottom of another page was written, "Fears of Bill and what his desires are sex, 6 sex incest issues with me. My girls?" The defense had hired a handwriting expert who had said the writing was Nancy's. Later, they would put on the stand James Grigson, the psychiatrist known as Dr. Death for his controversial death penalty testimony. Solely on the basis of the notes, Grigson described Nancy as deeply troubled, calculating, controlling, and manipulative. He suggested that she had made herself sick with poisons to lure Richard back to the marriage. By itself, the theory seemed preposterous. Arsenic poisoning is a painful, prolonged, and agonizing way to kill oneself. What's more, Nancy hadn't acted one bit suicidal in the weeks before her death. She made her usual Christmas gifts and planned trips for the coming year. Her daughters seemed far too important to her. And why would she have cried out for help in the hospital if she had known, all the while, what was killing her? Then Guthrie produced the receipt. It was dated September 6, 1990, from a company called Chemical Engineering in Dallas. It listed purchases of 4 chemicals: barium carbonate, lead nitrate, cyanogen bromide, and arsenic trioxide. It was signed Nancy Lyon, with her driver's license number beneath her name. As Richard stood before the jury, pointing to a blow-up of the receipt, the change in the courtroom was physical. He testified that he had found it stashed in the same files with her private writings. For the first time during the trial, Rosemary leaned forward and tried to catch my eye. "Can you believe it?" she mouthed. It was hard to know what to believe, particularly when the president of Chemical Engineering, Charles Couch, testified later that his firm specialized in recycling old carpeting. But Couch, a large man with a cocksure manner, also acknowledged he was known in the business as someone who could devise chemical formulas. In September 1990, he testified, a woman had called him to discuss fire ant poison. According to Couch, the woman never identified herself, but she told him that she and her husband were trying to inject poison into the mounds with a long drill. When Couch offered to look up a formula for her at the Southern Methodist University Library, the woman asked if he could drop the notation by her house, which, she said, was right next to campus, as our duplex was. Couch testified that he did look up a formula, which matched the items on the receipt, but he never dropped it off. Instead, the woman apparently came to his plant the next day to get it. He testified that he never saw her. He was on the phone in a back office at the time. Through one of his employees, he passed on the formula, which he had jotted on notepaper with his company's logo. But Couch called the receipt a forgery. It had no invoice number. It was typed, while all his are handwritten. And oddly, it had a notation to call Keith or Charles on the bottom, names of contractors who transport huge quantities of chemicals for the company. Couch said he remembered inadvertently jotting their names on the bottom of the notepaper with the formula right before the woman came to pick it up. Yet even if Richard had forged the receipt, it was hard to explain the call Couch had gotten. Equally puzzling were the results of additional forensic tests on Nancy's hair, which the medical examiner's office had requested in May. Bundles of the hair had been sent to Vincent Gwynn, a chemist at the University of Maryland, who uses a technique called neutron activation analysis to detect various chemicals in hair. Before analyzing the hair, Gwynn had sliced it into tiny segments, each representing roughly 2 weeks' growth. The results showed that in addition to the lethal dose in early January, Nancy probably had ingested arsenic at least 2 other times before that. A sizable dose sometime between mid-December and New Year's Eve, and a much smaller one in mid-November. Both were before Richard could have received the arsenic from General Labs. There were theories to explain the evidence. Richard might have gotten arsenic elsewhere. Maybe Nancy's hair grew faster than normal. Maybe shellfish or hair coloring caused the small November dose. Yet the autopsy also showed Nancy's fingernails had at least 5 times more arsenic than her toenails, a result that suggested she might have handled the chemical, either by touching poisoned food or the arsenic itself. 2 days before the end of the trial, it seemed Guthrie had achieved reasonable doubt. That day, Sean visited me at the courthouse for lunch, and Richard chatted easily with him in the hallway. As I watched, it seemed that more harm would come from a conviction than from an acquittal. I lost all faith less than 2 hours later. On rebuttal, the state produced Hartford R. Kittle, a retired document examiner from the FBI. Unlike the defense's handwriting analyst, Kittle compared all writings and evidence not just with Nancy's known samples, but also with Richard's. I had always marveled at how similar Richard's and Nancy's handwriting was. In graduate school, I later learned they had actually worked to make their writing look alike for design projects, giving it the same angular ends, the same long loops below their G's and their Y's. But Kittle pointed out their differences. Richard's eyes were a straight line down. Nancy's were framed by little cross lines. Richard's F sometimes had a backward loop. Nancy's never did. Nancy's S's were always serpentine. Richard's were sometimes scripted. And then I saw how, in the most powerful of Nancy's personal writings, in the pen scratches that spelled out, "Bill violated me for years, 6X and Richard." With his sincere heart, in nearly every word that damned Nancy, there were Richard's handwriting peculiarities. To my eyes, the call wasn't even close. Kittle also questioned the authenticity of the signature on the insurance note and couldn't identify the one on the receipt from chemical engineering. The jury returned its verdict less than 3 hours later. As the courtroom doors opened, I saw an ashen Richard looking back at the crowd filing in. When the foreman read, "Guilty," Richard's eyes widened. Then he stared straight ahead, hung his head, and sighed. "I can't believe this has happened," he told Guthrie minutes later, as they sat in a holding cell. "I'm innocent." Outside, amid a flurry of television cameras, the Dillards were whisked away. In the emptiness that followed, journalists milled the halls, looking for someone who would comment on the case. I walked toward the elevators and left. Soon I was driving up Central Expressway in a pouring rain. As I had done so often in the years before, I turned off at Mockingbird and zigzagged past SMU to the duplex. The shutters were drawn. The Christmas lights were hanging in the same loose way as the year before, when I had taken them down as Nancy lay dying. Sitting there in my car, it seemed absurd that after all these months, my doubt about who killed Nancy should have fallen apart based on the shape of an I, an F, and an S. But that was all it took. Mere markings of a pen had become, for me, the desperate imprints of a very convincing liar. On New Year's Day, I went to see Richard in jail. He wasn't expecting me. I didn't quite know how to alert him that I was coming, so I simply showed up. Richard entered on the other side of the bulletproof glass dressed in white jail overalls. An orange ID band encircled his wrist. He looked pale but lively. He sat down easily and picked up the phone. He looked as even-tempered and pleasant as I remembered him. There was no desperation in his voice or face. "How are you doing?" I asked. "Not great," he said, "but we're working on getting a new trial now." His talk quickly moved into a litany of reasons why he should have been acquitted, especially with what the forensic evidence showed. "You tell me how I could have given her those prior exposures," he said. You tell me, and then I can sit in a jail cell and think about it. But you can't tell me. That's reasonable doubt. I was blunt with him. The handwriting analysis had hurt him. So did his apparent lies to the police. And it simply didn't make sense that Nancy would beg for help in the hospital if she had killed herself. I don't understand it either, he said. I lived with her, and I don't understand it. All I know is that she bought arsenic. That receipt is real. Why would I forge that stuff? As he talked, he looked me straight in the eye, and I found myself searching his pale green irises for some hint of the truth. All I saw was calm, logical analysis. He had an answer for every question. The thought crossed my mind at one point that Richard is either delusional, thoroughly evil, or innocent. And at that moment I really could not tell which it was. You know me, he said. You know I would never do anything to hurt the girls. I would never have taken away their mother. Why would I need to kill her? I would have walked away from the marriage. I was hoping my visit would give me some closure to the matter of my neighbor's death. It did not. What was I expecting, after all? That Richard would suddenly break down, confess, set forth the story without ambiguity. Allow me to walk away that night satisfied that at least I knew the whole wretched truth. Instead, as the guard came to get him, Richard left me with this. I can only pray that the truth will come out someday, he said, because it didn't at the trial. I cannot say Richard Lyon killed his wife beyond all possible doubt. Like the jury, I believe he is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, but my knowledge will always be in fragments, like the glimpses I had during the years I lived under his roof, like the pieces of evidence that became the court record. Or, as I thought driving back from the jail that night, like the way I saw his eyes shift downward only twice during my visit with him. The first time was when I asked about his daughters. The second time was when I suggested that maybe Nancy got her poison in the Zovirax capsules she had been taking at the time.